Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of June 29, 2022 to order. My name is J.D. Pachariva, Councillor and Chair of the Community Services and Infrastructure Committee. I would like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given. And if assistance is required, please see the clerk. Devan, will you be leading the evacuation if one is necessary? Can you raise your hand so everyone knows who to follow? Devan is going to be our leader tonight. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. There's a sign out there that says gathering point, meeting place, muster area. That goes back to the sailing days. Also, the Town of Lincoln Council meetings are posted on our YouTube channel. All members of council are in attendance tonight, either in person or remotely. Councillor Reimer sends his regrets. He's got a case of no voice. So his wife is quite pleased. He is a little chagrined. So we will miss him. We also have staff attending to speak to their area of expertise in person and remotely. Additionally, we have representatives from Quarry Ridge Incorporated, KFA Architects, Stantec, and WSP Consulting, Urban Design and Landscape Architecture, and resident delegations joining us this evening in person and remotely. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Councillor Renchima.
Thank you, Chair Pachariva. Because for the purposes of this meeting, the Prudence area has been highlighted specifically as a focus item, and because my employer has a pecuniary interest in the Prudence area, I am declaring an interest for items 8.1, 8.2.1, and 8.3.1 to the extent that they pertain to the Prudence area. I will be staying for the first part of the presentation under item 8.1 and will be leaving the room when it's turned over to Director of Planning when he speaks specifically to the comprehensive zoning bylaw as it pertains to the Prudence area. For the vote portion, Mr. Chair, I am requesting that the final vote be split into two because I will be participating in the vote on the first three paragraphs of the motion, but I will abstain from the vote for the fourth and fifth paragraph of the motion. The clerk is aware that I've requested this split vote and has prepared the motions to reflect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. That will come up during our planning and ECDEV. Chair Brunet, you've got note of that? Excellent. Okay, so do members have any amendments to the order of tonight's agenda? I see none. So our first item of business tonight is a statutory public meeting. The purpose of the public meeting tonight is to receive comments from the public and consider questions regarding a closure of a town road allowance on Aberdeen Road by Quarry Ridge Incorporated. We will consider the staff report associated with the item immediately after tonight's statutory public meeting. In accordance with the town's policy, CS 2007-01, regarding road allowance closing and sale, council must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to make representations or provide comments regarding the proposed closure and sale. Personal information is collected under the authority of the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and may be contained in an appendix to a staff report. Published in the meeting agenda, delegation list and or minutes of the public meeting and are made part of the public record. The Town of Lincoln collects this information in order to make informed decisions on the relevant issues and to notify interested parties of council's decisions. Names and addresses contained in submitted correspondence and other information will be available to the public unless the individual expressly requests the town to remove their personal information. The disclosure of this information is governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Our public meeting tonight is for the purpose of the closure of a town road allowance on Aberdeen Road by Quarry Ridge, Inc., PD 35-22. We are now on the delegation portions of the statutory public meeting, and we have two registered delegations. Please note delegations may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Once we have received the delegations, committee will transition directly into the report in motion. Our first delegation for this item is Stuart Reimer of Quarry Ridge Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's working. Thank you, Council, Mayor, and staff, especially the clerk staff. I appreciate the fact of placing this item on the agenda today, and I also thank the planning and development staff for their excellent report that you all received, and I'm hoping that because they were the first 7 pages of a 325-page item that you got to read them all, because it was excellent. It contained almost every salient and relevant point that apply to the application other than the rationale, which I will give you hopefully very briefly. As farmers and landowners, our most valuable assets are our properties. They represent not just, represent not only legacy issues, but also they represent the potential for annual and short-term and long-term investment. And my conversations with staff have always been honest and open about my and our desire to continue to invest, but in order to invest in this particular property that we are focusing on today, the 44-acre parcel, we need some confidence that it will remain independent, that it will remain accessible, and that it will have a value of its own outside of our other property holdings. So that's why we're here today. It is a 44-acre property that's worthy of continued investment if permanent legal access can be achieved. And it is an individual. It has a separate deed and roll number in the town. And in the staff report, it is referred to as landlocked. But as you can see by the same report and the maps that you've been given, I don't like that term because it is fronted by 2 unopened road allowances. And so landlocked to me says that there is no option, but I think that, and our goal is to find an option that pleases both council and staff. And our intention in the use of this property, the rationale is to use it only for its intended purpose. I'm not sure what year the grid of road allowances was installed into the town plan, but their intention at that point was to provide access to the properties that they surround. And that is what we are seeking, just formalizing that, legalizing it, and guaranteeing it in perpetuity so that we can continue to invest, to build, because it is 44 acres. It's a sizable chunk, it is viable, it is productive, and we want to be able to guarantee that. The staff report has a couple of interesting things. First of all, it refers to the Niagara Escarpment Commission in a few places and their regulatory interest. And of course, it's awkward for us to be dealing with not a redundancy, but a different entities having interest and regulatory control over different things that go on. The municipality having control over the property, but the Niagara Escarpment Commission having control over development and anything that will change in the property. And in this regard, this is especially why we want to be cooperative and work with the town in order to provide a solution, because as the staff report says, well, on page 5, while the NEC has full planning authority over development on this property, they take comments provided by town planning staff into consideration when making decisions on development applications. So we've had many conversations over the years between staff and myself. We talked about leasing. We talked about or licensing. And we talked about opening the road and closing the road. And the NEC and town staff were happy to go down the path of opening the road allowance, but that would cost me, the applicant, approximately $1.5 million. And it would also cost the town that if they were to open it. And us being the only really affected party, we don't want the town to spend $1.5 million and then continued maintenance. We don't want to spend $1.5 million in continued maintenance because we don't think it's worth that. But there must be a better solution. The Mizzies are here as affected neighbors, and I want to assure the town that their interests are in my thoughts as well, and I would not do anything to eliminate their access to the property. But an interesting thing here, in the staff report on page 8, there is concern that the residents of 4811 Fly Road, who currently use the existing road allowance to access their property, will lose their access to Fly Road if the road allowance is closed and purchased by the applicant. The existing road allowance, which is gravelled but does not necessarily meet the town's rural road standards, provides access to the existing dwelling and for farm vehicles such as tractors. Doesn't that sound familiar? Because that's exactly what we are seeking. The Mises are here. They enjoy upgraded, improved, unopened road allowance that the town has provided, that also the town maintains. They have access to their property from that road allowance, even though their address is 4811 Fly Road. And they have enjoyed this for as many years as they've been there, as well as the previous occupants of that residence. That's the same kind of consideration and cooperative solution that we are seeking. But if we're going to need, but we need to go a little bit further in order to guarantee that permanence. So I'm pleased that they're here to speak to this.
Stuart, we're at the 5 minutes, so
Okay,
can you just wrap it up with a closing
I'll wrap
statement?
it up. Yes, a
Okay.
closing statement. Thank you very much. There must be a way that everyone can be happy. The town, the Niagara Peninsula Energy, the region, the neighbors. There has to be a way. There has to be a solution that we can prepare.
Okay, thank you very much. So are there any questions from committee members? Okay. Councillor Timbers.
Thank you very much, Chair Pachariva, through to Mr. Reimer. So, in a perfect world, what is it that you would really like to see personally? Because I know there's a lot of options being put on the table, and you're looking to close the road allowance, but yet you're using the road allowance now to access your 44 acres?
If you look at the map that was provided you in the staff reports, there's a 24-acre parcel that we own, which is fronted on Quarry Road. And we use that parcel, cross the road allowance, and then use that parcel to access the 44 acres.
Okay.
In planning and development, in anyone's perfect world, that's not the best way to access a property.
Okay, so if you were to close the road allowance, as I've read in the report, the neighbors who are fronting on Fly Road, would they still have access to their home using that
In perpetuity.
forever? Okay.
Is there lawyers present? I'll ask planning and development, is there a mechanism that we can use to guarantee that in perpetuity, if such an agreement was put in place?
Mr. Bruder?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's something that we'd have to explore a little bit further with our legal team to see if there was feasibility before we came back with any kind of recommendation to that extent.
Okay.
Through the chair, if I can develop that. On this property as well is a Niagara Peninsula Energy easement that needs to be guaranteed in perpetuity.
Right.
So if we can guarantee that for Niagara Peninsula Energy, we can guarantee it for the Mizzies.
Okay, and just one other question,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. So your plans are basically you just want full access to your land and to continue farming it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, we have no plans other than that right now. I've been working at this for 20 years. I don't want to go down explaining what happened last time, but it's been a long time, and we are still farming. I'm 57. My brother Robin is a little bit north of that, and we're not going to be there forever. And I'm trying to not pass on a problem. My father, who owned the property previously, found an excellent solution to this. Sold it to me, right? So I have to find a different way, and hopefully a permanent and tidy and efficient way of fixing this little problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Timbers. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Mr. Reimer. So just for clarity, so So you stated that the property is currently agricultural and you are working the property today. So I am assuming that you're using the access through the Quarry Road today to do that. So help me to understand what this is gonna change for you. Is there any plans for anything other than what's happening today?
There's no plan, sorry, there is no plan in place. I've been asked to make plans by the NPE and I think even the town staff had said, you know, what are you gonna put? So I put more, there's not vacant, but land there available to replant more grapes and vines. It's a 44-acre property, it's viable, it is, and sustainable. But if it can't stand on its own without access through the 24-acre parcel, I'm trying to make it stand on its own so that, yes, one day I'm gonna sell it. Don't know when. Because, and maybe it'll be to a family member, maybe it won't be. But it's the integrity of that property all by itself that I am trying to maintain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Thanks, Councillor. And just one question, Mr. Reimer. So without the opening or the closure of the road allowance, you wouldn't be able to build an implement shed or barn, anything over the size of 10 foot 10?
No.
Okay.
No, that is correct. And no, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay.
And if you think about an asset that you own, whether it's a car or a house or something, would you add value to it? Would you invest heavily in it if you were skeptical as to whether you could get that back in the short term or the long term? So that's why we are trying to work on this piece, the access piece, so that we know if in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 20 minutes, we need to do something, we want to do something with that property, it can stand on its own.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reimer, Stewart, for coming this evening. In the last 20 years, have you ever come across a situation where other farmers, other farmland in any other place in Lincoln has a situation where access to the land is not conventional?
Through the chair, Mayor, can't think of anything offhand. I'm sure it exists. And because, especially in the town of Lincoln, where we have the escarpment, we have the lake, we have all kinds of natural encumbrances, a railway, things that crisscross everything. I'm sure that there are lots of those places, and perhaps they might be small or large. This is the one that I'm concerned about. And there might be places where that even council knows that I don't know about where these kinds of adaptations, whether it's a lease, a license, a sale or a closure or an opening, has provided a solution to a specific problem. I think for me, the subjective points are the size of the property, the fact that it is bound by 2 public road allowances that are intended for access. That's why they're there. And so if we can't use them for that, why are they there? And also, I really think that the legal portion about guaranteeing access, and if we can lease or license it to the Niagara Peninsula Energy and guarantee their access to it. If we can lease or license it to the neighbors and guarantee their access to it, guess what? We can probably lease and license it back to the town and guarantee their access to it, which is an interesting concept. And because I would be happy with a lease or a license if the Niagara Peninsula or Niagara Escarpment Commission would view that as a permanent and secure access, but they don't. Their policies, however, talk about leases, rights of ways, and between two private parties. They don't separate the fact that an arrangement between the municipality and Quarry Ridge would be between a public body and a private citizen. They don't, even though we all know that there's a huge permanence aspect to that because it's a public body. So going back to Councillor Timmers, in a perfect world, if I was to own the property, I described it like this, for development purposes. The one concept of opening the road is bringing the road to the property. Closing the road allowance is bringing the property to the road. What's the difference? As far as a policy and a planning is concerned. There's a big difference for the Escarpment Commission and how they view things. And that's why my application was to get this issue before these people so that we could have this discussion. And I want more than anything than what the application says to close the road allowance. I want the other intent, which is the access, permanent access. In my perfect world, the best way to do that is to close it. That way I have control and that access is permanent. If I can lease it and license it to the town and that satisfies their concerns long-term, as far as the concerns that the planning department has, then I am in favor, because the only thing that I want to use it for is access and the definitions and the potential that brings. Because if I can't build anything more than 10 by 10, does that make me want to sink $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 in grapevines and trellising and other investments that the property is potentially great for?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, if I understand correctly, the pinch point here is whether or not you can build on the property in the future. I would, in terms of having any kind of an implement shed, I would assert, Mr. Chairman, that we have many, many, many situations where farmers are farming on unopened road allowances all over the town. The precedent has been set in that regard. Whether it applies completely or partially to this situation, I wouldn't make that judgment, but I believe that practice is substantial. And I would certainly like to see the interpretation of that included in any future report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair Patrieva, through you to Mr. Reimer. So, Mr. Reimer, you mentioned a long time ago your dad purchased this farm knowing that it was landlocked?
It wasn't, sorry, through the chair, it was not an issue to him at the time. I was not born, I don't think, at the time. Do you remember what year that was, Robin? 67. I was born. But I was not party to that rationale.
Okay, through you, do you own property bordering this land or neighboring it or adjacent to it?
If you've got the map in front of you?
Yes.
Then the property directly to the east of the road allowance?
To the east of the road allowance? Oh, okay.
That is vineyard property owned by Robin and myself.
Okay, so you do own land that is on Quarry Road?
Yes.
And that's how you're accessing that parcel currently. Have you given any thought to sever off a piece of that land on Quarry Road that would allow you to better access?
That's where the Escarpment Commission would come into play, and that would not, that goes back to what we had tried 20 years ago, and the long-term ramifications of that, I didn't want to get into it because it's a long story, was that it would reduce the potential for both properties when you try and adjust boundaries and make severances, you have to be very careful. The Escarpment Commission likes to invoke some new policies they have regarding agricultural purposes only lots, which is how our story started. So it would by, and even then, even by, if I was to sever a piece off, because they're not connected, the two properties are not connected, there's still the road allowance in between. So you can't just cut a piece off of it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reimer.
Thank you.
Our next delegation on this item is Carrie McAlery. Carrie.
Thank you. Good evening, councillor members. Excuse me, I'm very nervous. I kind of got lost in half of this stuff. Went right over my head. My basic concern, we are, Joseph Mitzi and myself, the owners of 4811 Fly Road. Our concerns was, we knew when we purchased the house 20 years ago that we had this, the land right next to it, and it was going to be supposedly opened an extension of Aberdeen. I thought, great, you know, potential, what have you. When Mr. Reimer, you know, suggested he wanted to purchase it, don't know what it was for. Was it to close it totally off? Was it going to be for traffic? You know, as farm equipment, or to build on it? Again, we didn't know. I was very concerned how far he's going to do it, what impact it has on our property and our property value. And the current part of the open road that we enjoy right now is our only access to our home and our property. How would it impact that? Again, when I looked at the map and I seen just portion of it was blanked out as unopened, and that really wanted to put. But in the newspaper had it all the way down to Fly Road. So I was concerned, is it going to be from one end to the other? And if that's privatized, how am I supposed to get into my home? Basically, that's it. That was just my concern, what was it going to be used for, and would it limit or take away what I have right now? So it was just wanted to hear what he had to say and what he was planning on doing with it. So
Okay.
that's basically my only concern, or our only concern, rather.
Okay. Questions from committee? Councillor Timmers.
Chair Pachariva. You know, when I was reading in the report, that was my concern as well, because that is your home there. And, you know, from comments from Mr. Reimer, it seems that, you know, he would definitely not take away your access to the road. You know, there would be some kind of long-term agreement, you know, using his words there. But yeah, I understand your concerns, and I'm glad you came tonight. And I don't really have a question. I just wanted to thank you for coming out tonight. And I'm sure council will definitely be looking at all pieces of this, and
Yeah.
especially your access to your home.
I think that's all I wanted is, you know, guarantees it's not going to,
Absolutely.
you know, affect us. I mean, it would cost us millions of dollars. We had to move and make it a new road and change our sewerage and everything else. I mean, it's just couldn't
Yeah.
happen.
No, absolutely, no. You have to have access to your home for sure. So,
Okay, that was all I needed to
thank you,
know.
Chair Pachariva.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm good.
Thank you very much, and you know what? You did fabulous.
Thank you.
Yeah. Would anyone further like to speak on this item? No. Okay. There being no further delegations for this item, I now declare the public meeting to address the closure of a town road allowance on Aberdeen Road by Quarry Ridge and Gernt. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bernay that council receive and file as information the following delegations regarding item 5.1, closure of a town road allowance on Aberdeen Road by Quarry Ridge Incorporated, by Stuart Reimer and Carrie McAlery. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, and that motion carries.
Thank you very much. We will now move directly into report PD 35-22 regarding the closure of a town road allowance on Aberdeen Road by Quarry Ridge Incorporated. Are there any questions from committee regarding this report? Councilor Bernay.
Thank you, Chair Pachariva. Through you to our Director of Planning. So, Mr. Reimer made reference to it. It's also in the report on page 4 of 7, when it speaks to the Lincoln Road allowance and sale policy that we adopted in April of 2017. And I guess my first question through you, Chair, is, and again, Mr. Reimer referenced it, you know, the NEC properties and the jurisdiction and, you know, where the town's input is and where the NEC then kicks in. There are no comments from the NEC here. It basically says at this time. I'm wondering if Mr. Bruder could comment as to when we can expect the NEC to chime in.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think their comments are going to be forthcoming in the next little while. Obviously, before staff takes any further action, we would certainly follow up with them. But I can tell you, we've had lots of conversations with them leading up until now, including some correspondence with respect to this overall situation. This parcel here that Mr. Reimer is correctly stating is currently landlocked. So far, the input received from the NEC, which is outlined in the report, indicates that this particular unopened piece of road allowance, if it were closed and conveyed, the NEC still wouldn't consider it to be opening up that parcel so that they could receive a development permit. Their position up until now, and there's obviously time for further dialogue on this, is that this particular parcel, in order to open it up for any type of development activity, the road would have to be open to a municipal standard, which is why Mr. Reimer and staff had talked about that previously. So that's the input that we received from them to date. And I would just go on to note the road allowance closure and sale policy that you're referring to does have some conditions and some things to consider with respect to long and continuous road allowances like this one, and potential connections to the natural feature being the Niagara Escarpment. So those are a couple of applicable items here that need to be considered. And also, when it comes to development on lands that are within the Niagara Escarpment Commission, typically how it works is the development permit is managed by them. They control and regulate land use in Niagara Escarpment Commission lands. They do require comments from the town, which they use and consider as they process these development permit applications, but that's kind of sequentially how it works and who regulates land use. Thank you.
So through you, Chair, thank you, Mr. Bruder, for that. So just a couple of follow-up questions, Chair. So we've identified, you know, Niagara Escarpment Commission and their role in this and expectations. So when we look at, as you alluded to, the kind of the particular relevance that we look at, kind of the lens that we look at when we look at road allowances, I guess the first thing I just want to make sure I am clear on is that through you, Chair, to Mr. Bruder, is that this road closure would be considered major rather than minor.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. That's due to those items of consideration in the policy that I just referenced. It being a long and continuous road corridor, providing a lengthy north-south potential connection, albeit the topography in certain areas would be a challenge, but also because it does lead to kind of a natural feature there that is a component of the Niagara Escarpment too. So those are considerations and reasons why it would be considered a major application rather than a minor.
So through you, Chair, just thank you for that last statement, because that's where I wanted to go with the next question, is does this road allowance traverse the Niagara Escarpment? I've looked at the map, I've driven the property, and in my mind, I'm not sure whether it traverses the Niagara Escarpment, so I'm just looking for some comment on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you know, if you look at an aerial image, you can see there's another road allowance that runs east-west. That's the Kinsman Road Allowance. That definitely traverses the Niagara Escarpment. It runs right along it. This particular piece of the Aberdeen Road Allowance, I wouldn't necessarily say it traverses it per se, but it does lead up to it and provide a potential connection via a town-owned piece of road allowance.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brunei. Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair Patrieva, through you to Mr. Bruder. Is there, to address Mrs. McClary's concerns, is there a possibility of retaining a piece of that road allowance just past her driveway in order for her to maintain access to, is it Aberdeen Road?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think you're talking about Fly Road to the,
Is it Fly?
to the south, yeah. I think, you know, one of the main reasons why Mr. Reimer is trying to consider these options, all the dialogue we've had and why he wanted to be before you today, is really he's looking at trying to open up the potential for that property that's currently landlocked. And if you only, let's say we went the road of closing and conveying this portion of road allowance, if you only closed and conveyed a certain portion but then maintained a smaller portion there, I think, you know, there could be potential to maintain connectivity. But we would have to open up that small stub likely to a actual town standard, because then it would have to be an open road allowance connecting to the road allowance piece that Mr. Reimer owns, or else the parcel would still remain landlocked. But again, it's NEC's, the Niagara Escarpment Commission's position that even if we went that route, they still wouldn't consider a development permit for the property, at least according to their comments to date.
Thank you. I'm just trying to address the McClary's concern with regards to losing that driveway that goes to the road allowance, that goes to Fly Road, and if we retain the road allowance, they're currently using it as a road allowance and not a maintained road. I don't know if we would really need to upgrade it, that section, to a town standard, but that's just something I'm trying to come up with. But anyways, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Michalak. Any further questions? I've got a couple questions, Mr. Bruder. So, Mr. Reimer noted that the parcel has actually frontage on two unopened road allowances. So one is an extension of Kinsman that runs east-west right at the brow of the escarpment. So that would probably be more obtrusive to open as opposed to this?
I would agree with that statement, Mr. Chair, yep.
Okay, and last year, I think, we received an application from the Lake House for closing of a road allowance. And council at that time talked about leasing, not wanting to do that because it was accessing Lake Ontario. So we did go down that road, and to pardon the pun. And also we had talked about a property on further down north on Quarry Road that was a shared driveway, that was a landlocked parcel that an agreement came in. So it potentially, and again, I was always taught, why not, but how can we? So maybe in the staff report to look at, you know, out of the box, we always talk about this, made in Lincoln solutions that might solve an issue. So just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Chair. I think those are good comments. Again, we are, you know, subjected to the policies of the NEC too, so it's going to require additional dialogue with them. The leasing option, yeah, we can explore it to the fullest extent. We've already engaged them in conversations, gotten their feedback, which again has indicated that it doesn't address the landlocked status of the parcel, but those conversations can continue, and we can see if we can find any common ground moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Easton.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Mr. Bruder. Mr. Bruder, in regard to obligations, throughout the document and verbally, you've spoken about the obligation of and the right of the NEC to control development, and that they would make decisions on that. And you also spoke about the region, and they've stated, it's been stated in the report that their position is that there would be no new driveway. But what is their obligation, if any, to ensure that an existing property owner has access from their property to the public carriageway?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in this situation, Your Worship, I think they do have somewhat of an obligation because there's already existing access there. But their position has been to date that that existing access is what needs to remain in some shape or form. They like to try to limit access and egress as much as they can on regional roads just to reduce conflict points, even in rural areas. So I think that's the lens in which they're looking through this. But, you know, again, I think those were some higher level comments. I think if there was some other workable solution on all other sides, this is something we could engage the region in further as well. But their position now, yeah, is to keep the access the way it is, more or less.
And so, would you say the NEC then, that their obligation is further down the road, and therefore they have no obligation at the moment?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, their obligation is to follow their policies of their development permit process, which they feel they're doing with the input they've provided to date. But in terms of access, yeah, that's something that would probably come a little bit later. They're just talking about means of access and some of the options considered and what that means from a development permit standpoint. That's the input we've gotten from them to date.
Okay, so the obligation then, as in many, many cases, comes down to the town as being an entity that really is involved in the how-to solution, and we've proven that over and over again. And so this was a preliminary discussion to try and collect more information and to get a better sense of what this all meant, certainly from an economic perspective for Mr. Reimer, certainly for the security of Carrie and her husband on their property. So when everyone leaves here this evening, what's the tone around this in terms of any possible solutions in your mind? Because I believe that you probably have the clearest view at the moment.
That's a good question, Your Worship, and through Mr. Chair to you. This one admittingly is a complex application, probably one of the more complex ones I've seen because of the access issue for the neighbors that spoke today, because of the input received from the Niagara Escarpment Commission to date. I think really the made-in-Lincoln solution is that we need to continue dialogue, as we often do with a variety of agencies, looking for a potential avenue forward, recognizing the site-specific nature of this, but also taking into account, the verbiage in our policy, what we need to consider when we evaluate these things. Really the purpose today, Mr. Reimer and I spoke at length. He wanted to have this exact discussion in front of all of you. He wanted to get your input on this. He wanted to really see how you wanted, either himself or myself to proceed. And, regardless, my goal is going to be to continue those conversations to try to find a solution moving forward that addresses all the matters.
Right. Well, I certainly know that road allowance is the only, it definitely is the only way that they have to get in and out. And that's one of the reasons why the town keeps it clear of snow, correct? And I'm assuming that still happens. So it is obviously a very important point. Thank you, Mr. Bruder. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor Easton. Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and very briefly, through you to Mr. Bruder, I wonder if you could also include in the summary report or the recommendation report a check-in with our legal folks on how a potential sale could impact the McAlarleys in a transfer of the property. Does the commitment stay? I'd assume it wouldn't. in a transfer of the property. So maybe we could also have that as part of the information coming back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and just through you, Mr. Chair, just to speak to that, absolutely. I think irregardless of those comments, Counselor, that's something we would do anyways to consider this. So absolutely, we'll look at that and include whatever needs to be included in a subsequent recommendation.
Okay. There being no further questions this evening, I have a motion moved by Councilor Brunet. The council received the road closing application 2022-01 by Quarry Ridge Incorporated for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you. That's now open. Thank you. I'm now going to close the vote, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Devan. We have now concluded the statutory public meeting section of tonight's agenda, and will now continue to the consent agenda. So we are now considering item 6, the consent agenda, inclusive of item 6.1, Corporate Climate Adaptation Plan, Project Update Report, Q2 2019 to Q1 2022, PW-22, and item 6.2, Partners for Climate Protection, PCP Program, Update Report 1, PW 24-22. Would any member of committee like to remove an item for from the consent agenda to discuss? Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think it's important that we spend a little time on 6.1 Corporate Climate Adaptation Plan Project Update. You know, I think that we have worked very hard at our climate strategy, and I'd hate to see this go by without giving Shannon the opportunity to hit the highlights on this and share with the public and council where we're at with our climate adaptation plan. So through you, Mr. Chair, if I could ask Shannon if she could speak to it. Thank you.
Okay, so if that's the wish, what we'll do is that item will be pulled, and it will come after the regular agenda for Community Services and Infrastructure. So, Councillor, just 6.1 or 6.2 as well?
6.1 is fine.
Okay. So, there being no further so we're going to pull 6.1, and it, let me go back to so it will become 7.3? It will become 722. Oh, 722. Okay. So, I have a motion moved by Councilor Renchima that under the heading of consent agenda for Wednesday, June 29th, 2022 be adopted and is recommended with respect to item 6.2, Partners for Climate Change PCP Program, Update Report 1, PW 24-22. I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. Thank you. I'm going to close the vote now, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to delegations, and we have no delegations tonight for Community Services and Infrastructure. So let's get into our reports. So item 7.2.1, Report CS 10-22 regarding Food and Refreshment Vending Pilot Program, Fee Approval. Do members of committee have any questions? Councilor Renchima.
Thank you, Chair Patrieva. So I think this is a great idea. I'm in support of the idea of moving forward in this direction. I'm wondering, though, how will community groups participate? And I'm thinking particularly of, I know that the Eco Defenders sold ice cream at Charles Daly Park for years for the Tuesday night music series, and it was an important source of funding for them. And for those that are watching that aren't familiar with what the Eco Defenders do, they're a group that was born out of the former Strawberry Festival Committee. And they've continued on cleaning up and sorting and recycling, cleaning up compost and sorting compost at events through Niagara for no charge. Keep your eye out for them and give them a big smile when you see them at one of the events. But I'm wondering how that they'll be considered in this policy, whether they'll be given a break when they're doing a fundraising for a good cause. Has that been considered?
Ms. Ain, are you fielding this tonight?
Thank you, Chair Patriva. I'm happy to take a first stab at that question. Thanks, Councillor Rentjema. And we agree that Eco Defenders are such a valuable group that we have. They were just recently at the Rotary Park event, and that event only generated one bag of true garbage because of all of the wonderful work that they did to mitigate throughout the event. So certainly any group, community group and or business in Lincoln would be permitted to put in an application to vend at the locations noted in the report. We will be happy to speak with the Eco Defenders group to see if there's any interest in them participating directly. I know they're just getting back into doing events after COVID, so they're happy to be back working in Lincoln and otherwise. But we'll definitely be able to reach out to them as well as any of our other community groups that are looking to be in the parks.
Can I ask a question of clarification, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So is this a process that's going to be sort of embodied into this policy that we create, that community groups can apply to perhaps, I think there's a $350 fee that they can apply to have that waived or reduced, or have we considered that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, at this point in time, we've not recommended to have any fee waivers. However, if a group did request that, we would work through our delegated authority through the CAO to see if that's possible.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's how it should work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
and thank you, Councillor Rentjema. And I got to apologize. Sorry, Director McKay, I didn't see you on the Hollywood Squares. I thought you were still moving your daughter, so I apologize. But Sarah, you did a great job on that question. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to whoever is going to field the question. So absolutely agree, great idea, great way to further attract people to our wonderful parks. My question is somewhat along the lines of Councillor Rentjema, in that do we give preferential treatment to local vendors?
Bless you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. At this point in time, this is a preferential treatment to local vendors. It will be open to anyone, both in Lincoln and external to Lincoln, because we want to obviously feel out the market to see who's interested in our park spaces and get people in there to provide food and refreshment to our residents as well as our visitors that come to these parks. So at this time, as part of the pilot project, staff are not recommending any preferential or preferred treatment for local businesses.
Okay. Second question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Do the vendors go home at night? Do they pack up their equipment and head home and head out of the park? Or are they stationing their trucks or whatever for the summer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, they will not be permitted to stay overnight in the parks. It's day use only during the hours of operation of the park.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor McLuck.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. Through you to Sarah. I agree as well. It's a great idea. It's, nothing worse than going to a park and being hungry with kids and wishing you could have something to eat or drink for them. So in saying that, do we have this is going to generate more waste, more trash. There's no doubt about it, having these sorts of vendors. Have we considered the climate adaptation plan with this when selecting vendors? Do we give preference to those that are more environmentally conscious? Are we going to be selling single-use container plastics? Are we looking at that at all?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the councillor, great question, and one that was discussed among the interdepartmental working group. At this time, as part of the pilot program, we're not requiring that it's a service level standard for green materials to be used. However, we will be working with the climate change coordinator to ensure that education materials are provided to the pilot participants about green options that they could be using and potential local suppliers for their consideration, but we won't be mandating it.
Appreciate that. Maybe perhaps in the future, we can implement an environmental fee for not complying with an environmental piece to it. And if I may, on that same environmental subject, some of these food trucks, some of these tents, they'll be using, I'm quite certain, gas generators. Is there any negative impact that people at these parks might they're feeling with the noise that these generators would bring?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Of the 4 pilot parks that are noted in the report, all of them have hosted food trucks or food vendors in the past, whether that be an actual vehicle or a pop-up station with generators. So those parks were selected because of their size and their ability to host those types of outfits. We've also been really intentional to ensure that any vehicular vendors are parked in the parking lot and not on the grass areas. So they'll be also required to adhere to all of our noise bylaws and park bylaws.
Okay, and just thank you. I just want to be ready should we receive any complaints from members of the public, because typically when we had these food carts or events, they were organized events attended by many people, not every day. And then a third question, if I may, with regards to the quality or safety of these food carts and trailers, like will they be safe, inspected from a safety perspective with TSSA, with gas, their propane, fire, a minimum standard of appearance? We don't want, I don't want to use like gypsy trailer type stuff that, doesn't make the town look good, that sort of thing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, through the application review process, all department representatives on the special events review team will have the opportunity to review and provide commentary regarding any proposals that we do receive from potential vendors. And that staff review group does include members from our fire service, our municipal law enforcement, and parks and facilities teams. The approval process will be the opportunity for any potential safety items to be flagged, discussed, rectified before any permits are issued. And additionally, Niagara Regional Public Health Inspectors are able to come out on site at any time to conduct inspections of the vendor setup. I'm going to pass it over to Allison because she has a couple additional comments that she'd like to make with respect to.
Thank you, Sarah, and through the chair. These applications will also have to go through the special event permit process. And in our special event permit guidelines, it states that food trucks and concessions that use gas-fired applications to prepare food must be inspected by the Technical Standards and Safety Association. And applicants will be expected to provide documentation stating that these inspections have been completed. Further to that, with your concerns about fires, commercial cooking and food trucks and concessions must also comply with the Ontario Fire Code requirements for exhaust and fire protection. So staff will be working very closely with the fire department and fire prevention officers to ensure that these requirements have been met.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Councilor Mikulik. And in addition to that too, and I don't know, Allison, having done events before and worked with food trucks, they also get certification from the Niagara region on food safety and standards and all of that stuff. So there's another checkbox that would be applied prior to them coming. So they would need to be given clearance from the region and able to participate, correct?
That's correct. Through you, Chair, we require that all food vendors submit an updated permit from the Niagara Regional Public Health Department.
Okay, terrific. And just, and Councillor Michalak, and that was a great question on climate change and addressing those issues, and because I had that flagged, and again, having done events before, not giving preferential treatment, but maybe on a scoring matrix. So someone that goes the extra mile, knowing that, you know, the single-source plastic use ban is coming into effect in Canada in 6 months. Someone that uses biodegradable utensils, containers, and things like that might be scored a bit higher when assessing because they're going that extra mile. They are a little bit more, but you know, if we're, and I think we all are firm on climate change and doing our part, I think that's something that should score a few extra points on the matrix. So hoping you can consider that.
We'd be happy, Mr. Chair, to consider that as well as take that back and have further discussions, as I mentioned, with our climate change coordinator on ways that we can be ensuring that we're getting information out to any potential groups about ways they can be more environmentally friendly.
Terrific, thank you. Ms. Basilewski, I see your hand up.
Thank you very much, Chair Petrieva. If I may add a point of clarification from staff through to Councillor McPherson with regards to comments earlier made about preferential treatment given to Lincoln businesses. It is the intent actually of town staff post this pilot project and our future visioning that the intent is to allow our Lincoln businesses a shortened duration of time for a first right of refusal opportunity to our annual calendar of events. Should council see that this pilot project is actually one of impact in our community. I would be remiss as well if I did not make comments on behalf of my tourism and hospitality sector. Coming out of the pandemic, this is a great opportunity for us in pandemic recovery, as this does afford opportunities for incremental sales outside of brick and mortar locations to expand our tourism sector's capacity. Not only that, but we just brought a big, beautiful, brand new destination identity on board, and we'd love to showcase that not only to our local residents and give them that really great visitor experience, but also show visitors what it's like to live, grow, and prosper and belong here in Lincoln. So thank you, Chair, for allowing me to make those recovering and clarifying comments.
Thank you, Ms. Basilewski. Councillor, good? Sure. Excellent. Okay. Oh, Your Worship, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question of the CAO, and I want to tie three things together. One being the climate change targets. Along with that, the results of the waste audit that was done, which was really just a sample, but I think a very good demonstration of human behavior. Tying that into the existence of the eco-defenders and as volunteers and how viable they are, because we all know when they're at an event, you don't have to worry about even a shred of paper being left anywhere. And on the premise that we wish to start as we hope to continue, how do we ensure that all of these things come together and that we launch our programs with those high standards in mind? Because I think that's what I'm hearing from councillors as well, that we have a concern that we start here at a pretty high standard. What's realistic in your mind, Mr. CAO?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to preempt, I think, what Ms. Fernandez is going to take council through on the next agenda item and really an overview of our adaptation plan and the resilience plan that we're developing, which really focuses on mitigation. I think she's going to talk about various programs. I think the Eco Defenders is a great program. I agree with Councillor Regima in terms of what it brings to the table. I think sometimes resources becomes an issue, and so I think it requires us to work with them and to supplement what they're doing around the table to make sure that anything we are doing in terms of single-use plastics, in terms of the various other things, comes from a place where education is important, but also where we're working with partners. And they're but one partner, a very good partner. I hear council support for them. But we need to make sure we've got a plan that is sustainable and moves towards the targets that we have that will require a lot more than the Eco Defender. So they become, I think, one piece of our toolkit. And Shannon, I know you're going to get into this in the next part because I've read your update and your preamble. So I don't want to preempt that, Mr. Chair. But as soon as we move to the next item, I think Shannon's going to highlight a lot of the stuff that we're doing.
That's great. Now she knows what the question is. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Your Worship.
I'll live with that. Thank you.
Councillor Russell on the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's for you, the staff. Just a very quick question. With regards to the comparator fees from the other municipalities, is that for the full season? Does that season mirror our season? I know we're looking at July to October, or is that a monthly fee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the councillor, that is their annual fee. Their season, albeit is a little bit longer than our pilot season is. So it varies municipality to municipality, but it's typically a spring, a late spring, if you will. A lot of them are around the Victoria Day weekend to either Labor Day or Thanksgiving, depending. Again, it varies a little bit between municipalities in that chart, but it is a seasonal permit.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. So there being no further discussion, I have a motion moved by Councillor Timmers to receive and file report CS 10-22 regarding the implementation of a food and refreshment vending pilot program, fee approval, and approve the implementation of the food and refreshment vending pilot program and associated fees for use as outlined in the report, and direct staff to proceed with all necessary actions in relation to implementing the pilot program as described in this report. I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now open. Thank you. I'll now be closing that vote, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devan. So we will now move to item 7.2.2, which is the Corporate Climate Adaptation Plan Project Update Report, Q2 2019 to Q1 2022 PW-22. And I would ask Shannon Fernandez to make some opening remarks on this. Shannon.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to provide Council with an update of the some 48 action items identified in the Corporate Adaptation Plan that was passed in 2021. So some major action items that have been completed or that are currently underway through my role include the initiation of the Corporate Greenhouse Gas Mitigation Plan, a Community Low Carbon Resilience Plan, development of green infrastructure and low impact development guidelines, addressing community stormwater management programs, the tree and rain barrel pilot program, which we are happy to say that we'll be hosting for a second round again this fall. The initiation of energy audits, and then supporting with the region supporting with the region-led irrigation strategy and other department projects from a climate change lens. To answer the mayor's earlier question, we also did complete a waste audit and supported the library on a pilot, as well as conducted a staff survey on single-use plastics use. And this really provided the opportunity for the town to identify those places where we can make improvements, and staff are already working on this. The staff have identified a long list of corporate single-use plastic strategies with that update report coming to July 4th committee of whole meeting, so next week. In addition to these actions, there are also actions in the climate adaptation plan that fall under the responsibility of specific departments, and I play a supporting role on these initiatives, and many of the departments would be able to advise more on some of those specific actions. To summarize, we have completed the corporate adaptation plan and are now implementing it, and now developing the community resilience plan and the corporate mitigation plan. I'm happy to continue facilitating and providing recommendations and contacts for the success of these programs, and the departments responsible for the operating and capital budgets will be the lead on some of these action items as well. So all in all, we are making excellent progress, and I'm really excited to bring forward future updates as we work through our work plan, and I'm happy to answer any other questions that council may have regarding this update.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, through you, Shannon, for that update, and particularly interested in that July 4th report coming forward with the single-use plastic and how we're doing against that objective. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence in me pulling that from the consent agenda.
Quite all right, Councillor. It's a worthwhile report to pull, and it's something that we need to shine the light on. And speaking of shining the light, Shannon, can you just, for members of the audience tonight who may not have read the report, just the success of the tree giveaway and rain barrel sale, like when I've got it in yellow, the results of that, the diversion rates. Can you just speak to that, just to reiterate them, because I think that's a terrific win.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the tree giveaway and rain barrel sale was a fantastic success. We gave away 500 free trees to residents and local schools as well. And so that was a complete sellout of the inventory that we had. We also gave away close to 200 subsidized rain barrels. And all in all, those will result in many stormwater management opportunities for residents, and does go hand in hand with some of our other community stormwater program initiatives, such as, for example, the downspout disconnections that are happening in Jordan. And with the success of the demand that we saw from residents, as well as the support that we had from all of our vendors and the NPCA and Brock University, we are planning on having the event held again in the fall. And so details are still being finalized, but we'll provide an update as soon as we can.
Thank you very much. Like the initiative resulted in 1.5 million liters of water being diverted, and emissions equivalent to taking 30 passenger vehicles off the road. So when everyone sits there and says climate change is a bigger picture, well, everyone has a role to play. And you know what? I'm very proud of the role, Shannon, that you are leading us here at the town of Lincoln. So thank you very much. Councillor Renchima.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the report and all the progress that's being made. I have a question about, I'm going to speak about another group that does a lot of good work in our community, and that's Ontario Green. I'd like to know if we're working with Ontario Green on anything of these initiatives. I've known Liz Benyon and Verna Fleming for a number of years. Liz once took me on a tour of the naturalized landscapes that she and her team created over 10 years ago. And it's all about sustainable landscaping that supports the ecosystem. And further to that, I guess what I'm really asking is, we've heard a lot about issues with bees for years. And I'm not sure it's been sinking in as a real issue, but that's the way things happen sometimes. They hit you on the head and then it becomes an issue. I've read that UK, Denmark, and North America, their bee population dropped from 6 million in 1947 to 2.5 million today. So that's a loss of 3.5 million bees in only 6 decades. I think that the town, I'm going to ask you about the possibility of the town coordinating or providing education opportunities and supporting practices that protect and encourage bee survival. I think it could be a road that a municipality could take under this action plan, and maybe a specific item that people could get behind in the community. Because if bees cease to be, so do we cease to be, is what they say. So is that something that we've considered, and is that something we can incorporate under the action plan?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, absolutely. So Ontario Green, like many of our stakeholders, are being engaged in the implementation of many of these action items, given the nature of the work that Ontario Green does. I know that they are working closely with community services in the actions and initiatives that they are involved in. For example, the butterfly garden at Rotary Park. When it comes to bee initiatives and conservation efforts, staff are looking at bee cities. So that is a designation that we can apply for and work towards. I know that there are some other cities in the Niagara region that also are now known as Bee Cities. And so that is something that is in the works. And because it is community in scope, is something that will likely make its way into the community low carbon resilience plan, which again is that combined adaptation and mitigation plan.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a question of Shannon. First of all, Shannon, I want to thank you very much for your excellent representation in the last couple of weeks. Yourself and Jillian Harris have really been doing yeoman's duty representing binational the Great Lakes initiative, as well as the session that was held yesterday at Brock University, all around the same matters. And my question of you today is really related to action item 6.1, because I know that there's going to be a lot of individual discussions about shoreline protection and the initiatives, especially the environmental assessment that has been done. And I know that success in other communities has also been coming as a result of large partnerships and stakeholder involvement from other areas, other municipalities where some of these initiatives have already been implemented. Do you have anything to say about what we're doing and the success that you're anticipating as a result of that?
Through you, Chair. Yes, absolutely. So the two environmental assessments that we have underway in the two sections of the Lakeshore roads are making excellent progress. So the second part of that environmental assessment that we're working very closely with our consultants with is to develop a residential flood preparedness and recovery guide, and that will speak to all of the options that are available to residents to make some of those changes that will help build that resilience in the shoreline and and these materials will really provide that education and engagement aspect as well. And these materials will be shared through Speak Up Lincoln, as well as through some of our other collaborations, for example, through some of the efforts that are being done with the Brock Lincoln Living Lab as well. And so one of the things that these environmental assessments and this portion of the environmental assessments are really hoping to seek is to stress the importance of funding from the federal and provincial side of things, because again, a lot of our shoreline is private property. And so the importance of communications around Shoreline Protection Action 6.1 is definitely a big part of the next steps that we have planned for the environmental assessment.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, yesterday it was noted at the the regional climate conference that the initiative Niagara Adapts was born in Lincoln, along with our work with Brock University, and now as a result of that, most municipalities have climate coordinators, similar to the role that is filled by Shannon. And Shannon, I want to make a point about agriculture being involved in a number of very, very innovative measures, and I'm going to separate out Sunrise Nurseries because they are using artificial intelligence to conserve water. And I'm curious to know, I mean, they've been doing this for a number of years now, and they're not the only ones. But how do you anticipate incorporating those kinds of initiatives, which really were sourced by the agricultural by the corporations that are doing the production? How do you incorporate that work into what we're doing here?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Chair. That is an excellent topic and a very pressing issue. So we are currently working with Brock University and Vineland Research, VIRG, on irrigation best practices. We've actually just finished working with a research assistant who was able to put together some initial materials that we are now working on developing into a more robust communications and education strategy. We are continuing. We do have a long work plan for our for addressing irrigation through our partnerships with Brock and VIRG as well. And so using some of these innovative ideas and some of these some of the leading research that's coming out of these organizations will help highlight some of the alternatives that are available to the agricultural community when it comes to irrigation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I just want to note, in the reports, there is something called a maturity scale. I've been over that a few times. It's not the easiest to read. I don't know how well the public understand that, and I would just like to encourage some of the areas that are new and maybe have some theoretical framework that we're not entirely familiar with. If we could have some more comprehensive orientation on that, along with the public, that would be very helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Shannon.
Thanks, Your Worship. And Shannon, thanks again, and look forward to the presentation on July 4th. I've highlighted a couple items here of invasive species, Phragmites growth. We seconded a motion a couple years ago about that and their invasiveness and how they choke off oxygen. Driving down Stadelbauer Drive today, noticing, they're about 20 feet high at the park there. So looking forward to some measures to be able to remove these in an effective way. And you tugged at my heartstrings on page number 12 under review winter control practices, living snow fence. So I look forward to these coming forward. So thank you very much. Deputy Clerk, are you going to take over with the motion because we pulled this and created something new? So
If you're ready.
I'm more than ready.
All right, thank you, Chair. And through you, the motion is moved by Councillor McPherson, and it is to receive and file report PW 23-2022 Corporate Climate Adaptation Plan Project Update Report Q2 2019 to Q1 2022 as attached as Appendix A to that report. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the vote. And I'm going to close the vote. And that carries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Devan. There being no additional reports to consider for Community Services and Infrastructure Committee agenda, we've now concluded that portion of tonight's agenda. We will now rotate and allow Councillor and Chair Tony Burnett to assume the chair at this time for the Planning and Economic Development Committee agenda. And while we are doing that, we will take a 10-minute recess. And then we'll come back into planning and our zoning bylaw review and a lot of meaty things. So 10 minutes and we'll meet back and everyone take a bio break, grab a drink, things like that. So thank you.
We are now at the Planning and Economic Development portion of the agenda. Item 8.1, presentations. There is one presentation this evening for the Planning and Economic Development Committee agenda. We have planning staff, and we have Greg Bender, consultant from WSP Consulting, providing a presentation regarding Report PD-36-22, the new comprehensive zoning bylaw and zoning updates for the Prudhome's development. Once we have heard from staff, from the staff presentation, we will transition to the delegations prior to opening the floor to questions from members of council. Prior to proceeding with the staff presentation, I will now ask council to proceed with a majority vote to extend the speaking time. I have a motion moved by Councillor Pachariva that council extends the presentation time until completed. And I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now open. Thank you. I'm going to close the vote, and that motion carries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CAO Mike Kirkopoulos will provide opening comments. Mr. Kirkopoulos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to everyone. I have two comments to make, and I will try to keep my comments as brief as possible. One is on the overall zoning, and the second is on the Prudhome's element of the overall zoning. First and foremost, on the overall zoning, I think we all know this has been a long process to update what is really considered a very outdated document in terms of what we've been working with over the last number of years. We've had considerable input. We've met with a number of residents. We've taken a lot of that input, resulting in changes, and Mr. Bruder and Mr. Bender are going to take you through that presentation. I do want to acknowledge both their works and the work of WSP and the broader team. We've dealt with a variety of issues, from cannabis cultivation to our agricultural diversification to implementation of secondary plans in our strategic growth areas. The end result is an updated document that I think better reflects provincial policy and the town's own official plan. On Prudhome specifically, I do want to acknowledge, and I can speak to this personally, we've been at this for the better part of the last 6.5 years. There's a lot of work that's gotten us here in various iterations, and council's been involved at each of those steps. I think, the part that I probably want to highlight in my opening comments is just the amount of consultation that the agencies that really have worked, I would say, tirelessly over the last month, the last 2 weeks for sure, I would say almost around the clock, but beyond that, for a number of years. Council knows we've been at this file, and this is a long build-out, and we're going to have some of those conversations this evening. We're also here to answer questions, as the chair highlighted, but I'll go back to my comment about the NPCA, Niagara Region, and MTO. Those are the agencies we've spent hours with over the last number of weeks. You're going to hear a little bit about that. And I think what you're going to hear come through loud and clear is the word flexibility, and something that those agencies really have pushed us to accommodate, while also reserving the ability through holding provisions to let future design work further inform things like the number of units, building heights, all the things that I think people are interested in. We've taken this approach because this is different than a one-off building that we sometimes deal with in terms of what we're bringing in front of council or what various development groups are bringing in front of council. This isn't a one-off building. In a lot of ways, we're planning a community here, and what we're going to find in the Prudhome site is bigger than some communities like Wainfleet here in the Niagara region. So I think when you look at the context of that, because we've often been asked, how did we address this particular issue in the process versus one-off applications, they are very different. And I think part of that's been the working relationship we've been able to have with our agencies, but also with this particular development group. So thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Bruder and Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. CO. And I will now ask Director Bruder and Mr. Bender to proceed with their presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the CEO for the opening remarks. I'm Greg Bender from WSP. I've been lucky enough to work with the town and your planning team on developing a new comprehensive zoning bylaw. We've been at this for quite some time, and we'll walk you through sort of that particular process. We are at a significant and under emphasis on significant milestone in this particular program, and we are here to talk to you about that tonight, where we've come and where the bylaw currently sits based on feedback from members of the public and agencies, and to talk to you about where we are, what has evolved, and certainly some of the next steps. If I can get the next slide, please. I guess I covered some of this already, but what do I want to ensure is that everybody's aware, because the intent is to consider, again, where we are in the process, what's been completed, what we've heard, and how that's influenced the bylaw that we're here to talk to you about tonight. Any questions, obviously, that any members of the committee may have, and to talk about considering adoption of the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The work program was rather extensive. Certainly been at this for a few years now. Was undertaken through 3 stages: background, sort of a summary report, drafting the zoning bylaw, and sort of where we are right now in terms of refinement and final enactment. We've had a number of meetings throughout each stage. They were sort of based on the communications and consultation strategy that we had developed at the outset of the program, to ensure that we had a roadmap on how we were to engage all different members of the public stakeholders, agencies, and yourselves as part of this project. We've had stakeholder consultation, again, back in June of 2019, open houses in June as well, all sort of summarized within a particular discussion paper, identifying where we are to address certain issues and themes as part of the zoning bylaw. We had a summary report in stage 2, again, met with yourselves to discuss that. And then we took that to prepare the draft zoning bylaw, which we presented at an open house in December of 2021. We're currently at the stage where the committee and council would be looking to adopt this particular document. And I'll talk to you a bit about how we got there a little bit more. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we've had a number of engagement sessions with the community and stakeholders as part of this. So typically and many of you did participate, we would have, as soon as we had an opportunity to engage with the public, we'd also engage with stakeholders, generally on the same day, which were all very well attended, and certainly received a number of comments as part of that. We've met with yourselves as part of discussing discussion papers and various deliverables throughout the process. We've had open houses. We've had a number of deliverables that talk about where we are to go, and certainly all sort of culminated in the preparation of the draft zoning bylaw. We held an open house with that, and then looked to receive feedback during that. We've had a statutory public meeting where we continue to receive feedback, all sort of resulting in the development of the draft zoning bylaw, or final draft zoning bylaw, that we're talking to you about this evening. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk to you about some of the major updates that we sort of prepared as part of the new zoning bylaw, and certainly emphasis is being placed on agriculture. Agriculture plays a significant part within the town. It is a significant land area within the town, and such requires detailed regulations. But as part of that, many things have changed since your current zoning bylaw was brought into force, and some of that relates to flexibility on agricultural lands. And that flexibility really allows for farmers or lands with agricultural uses on them to diversify the types of uses on their property. So really looking to support the agricultural area and allow farmers to really help make ends meet, given that farming is not the easiest easiest job to have, and certainly comes with certain difficulties. So there were a number of changes to provincial policy and supporting documents to allow municipalities to, again, permit diversification of agricultural uses. And that can be done through agriculture-related uses, which includes farm-related, and this is all farm-related commercial, industrial uses directly related to the operations in the area. So it doesn't have to be necessarily on a property, but where you might have something that might deal with agricultural processing, which could occur in the agricultural area to support that industry. So you don't, in theory, could reduce travel and shipping costs because of the amount of back and forth that might be required. Agri-tourism, certainly big in the town of Lincoln, includes farm-related tourism uses, limited accommodation, including bed and breakfast. That really, the intent is to promote the enjoyment, education, or activities related to, again, that farm operation. And also quite a major one relates to on-farm diversified uses that are, again, secondary to the principal use, which is agriculture on the property. But they do include home-based businesses, agritourism, other uses that produce value-added products such as a winery, brewery, and distillery. So it's a lot easier, and once these provisions are enacted, a lot easier for these uses to diversify what they might want to do on their particular property. Of course, these uses are and will be subject to general provisions and the performance standards of whatever zone they might be in. Next slide, please. So you've heard some of the opening remarks that talk about conformity, and one of the primary major exercises part of a zoning bylaw is to conform to the town's official plan. So some people might be asking why is zoning changing in this particular area? Well, it's to conform to the official plan or any sort of secondary plan that may have been approved prior to the zoning bylaw being prepared. One of the exercises that we undertook was to remove outdated zone categories such as estate residential, prestige industrial, and the recreational commercial zone, and look to consolidate those uses into other zones. We introduced new zones to better represent the intended use of certain lands, again, per the official plan. So we introduced an office commercial zone, which provides for commercial uses as well as opportunities for sort of more denser forms of employment. We introduced a general commercial or central business district zone, which provides flexibility for the mix of uses, including commercial, institutional, and residential uses in this particular area. And one of the other major exercises that we did was to try to contemporize the zoning bylaw. So to allow for ease of formatting and organization of the zoning bylaw, making it a bit more user-friendly, eliminating some of the confusing terms, and also adding diagrams and illustrations, again, where we felt that clarification might be needed. Next slide, please. Again, in terms of conforming to the official plan, we had to ensure that the zoning bylaw conforms to the land use designation. So where there might be changes in land use designation, the zoning bylaw shall follow suit to conform. So we've also corrected minor issues of alignment, because in pretty much every zoning bylaw we've ever prepared, there's always alignment issues in terms of designation versus zone boundaries. So we've tried to clean that up. We've been responsive to the form and function of lands within the town as contemplated by the official plan, again, looking to implement the direction of certain OP policies or secondary plans. And again, we've looked to reflect contemporary zoning tools and approaches. So just to allow the zoning bylaw to be updated to talk about the different tools that can be used. As it relates to built form, we've included setbacks in keeping with the latest development trends, while at the same time ensuring that the expression of if it isn't broken, don't fix it. Typically, zoning bylaws aren't grand in terms of the amount of changes, because it can create a lot of issues within the town in terms of previous approvals or even existing rights on a particular property. So generally speaking, we intended on just implementing the official plan. And then especially when it comes to sort of guiding height and transition adjacent to established or low-rise neighborhoods. Your current zoning bylaw doesn't necessarily provide those provisions. So again, your official plan does, and this was an opportunity to implement that. We've provided a number of updates to definitions, again, to try and update out of date terminology and to ease in the interpretation and administration of the document. We updated the document to take into account the cannabis work that the town did, including the OP and the zoning bylaw amendment, and those changes have been incorporated into the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, really, as it relates to perhaps increasing some density, really, that hasn't happened at all throughout the town, other than in where the secondary plans were approved. So generally speaking, where the secondary plans were approved, they were developed in consultation with provincial policy and what the region has been undertaking, because the intent is to create a diverse, walkable, mixed-use development with high-quality built form that makes efficient use of urban lands. And these are identified generally in Beamsville Go, and you've heard mention of Prudhome's. So within Beamsville Go, which was done a few years ago. We did implement that document, and we did introduce, by doing that, we introduced the office commercial zone to provide for that mixed use commercial as well as other opportunities for denser forms of employment to support future ridership. We also have implemented the secondary plan for Prudhome's, and again, the vision for that walkable mixed use waterfront neighborhood, which is detailed further on subsequent slides. Next slide, please. You've heard me present before some of the work that we did on the residential parking requirements review, and we did that to determine appropriate resident visitor parking requirements specific to the town of Lincoln. The methodology included the review of parking requirements as it relates to relevant policy direction, local vehicle ownership rates. Granted, they were from 2016. That is the most recent data available and will be for a bit of time. Parking requirements to other municipalities to get a bit of that best practices and to see what others are doing, not to suggest that what everybody else is doing is applicable in the town, but it gives you a bit of a litmus test on what others are doing to give you that range of what could be reasonable. And obviously looking at historical parking reductions in the town to see where some of those pressure points have been. The review of vehicle ownership and parking included sort of 14 other municipalities ranging in of those within the region and outside, ranging in size from small to larger. Next slide, please. So some of the resulting updates to the parking regulations, including, and this was also based on input that we received throughout the process. So we introduced bicycle parking requirements, including minimum bicycle parking spaces, dimensions, and location of those particular facilities. We introduced visitor parking requirements for apartment and townhouse buildings. And we also introduced reduced parking rates for shared parking, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that on the subsequent slides. Developments based on occupancy rates. So what we found is that within where the land use, as an example, is for a single or semi-detached, within the Lincoln zoning bylaw, we're looking at 2. And generally speaking, what we found in other municipalities, it ranges from 1 to 2. Most municipalities, in my experience, do require 1, but we are maintaining the 2 within the town because of it being again, a made in Lincoln kind of approach. For townhouses, what we found within the zoning bylaw, or what we're proposing in the zoning bylaw is 2 plus 0.1 for visitors. And what in other municipalities, it ranges from 1 to 2.25. And again, it just depends on the context, how big the townhouses are, the level, the amount of parking that might, or the driveway space that might exist. So one of the considerations is just to keep the existing parking requirements with new visitor requirement. So most municipalities do require parking at a rate below their local vehicle ownership rate, and we're suggesting it be maintained. And for apartment, we're looking at 1 plus 0.1 for visitors and 0.25 per dwelling for bicycle parking. And that is generally within the range of what other municipalities do recommend. And it's consistent with the parking requirement in the mixed use developments, where many municipalities do specify resident and bigger visitor parking ratios. Next slide, please. And again, you've heard me talk about this before. I'm going to talk about a little bit more detail in terms of the shared parking and mixed use development. And the intent is that it allows for a bit of reduction depending on the type of use that might be proposed. If it's all residential, it's going to be maintained as it currently is. But where you might have residential uses sort of atop of a commercial use or something like that, there's an opportunity to distinguish between those and see if there's a reduced parking requirement for, say, some of the commercial uses. And what you would do is you would multiply the number of parking spaces required. So the use always has a particular parking space requirement, and then you would multiply that by the occupancy rate. So depending on the type of time of day, you would come up with a number. So if it's 8 parking spaces and you multiply that by 1, if it's 100%, it'll come up with the same number, or 0.25 for, depending on the time of day, you would come up with a quarter of that. And what you do is for each time period, you add the parking space calculations for all the uses to arrive at that total, the cumulative total of all those particular times and uses. And the largest total is the one that you use. And if you can go to the next slide, I'll show you what that looks like. So I'm not a mathematician. I'm sure I'm not surprising anybody. So I won't get into the weeds on this, but as I mentioned before, every use has a parking requirement in the zoning bylaw. So if you look at the top, you have residential, commercial, and total. They're required of a residential use, depending on the size, but in this particular case, just say it's 18. They're proposing 18, and therefore there's no difference needed. But when you look at the other uses that could be proposed within this particular use, or within this mixed use development, things can change a little bit. So it always goes to the maximum amount. So if you have an office, the office use can change depending on the time of day, whereas residential uses are generally maximized within the meeting in the mornings and evenings, especially overnight, because that's when everybody comes home from work, in theory. So then you have a commercial use, and then what you would do is you would look at the occupancy rates on the right side, depending on the time of day where those uses might be operating, and then you multiply that, and then it comes up with a number, as you can see under total. So the residential in the morning, you'd be looking at 16 parking spaces, whereas the office is 7. And then you would move throughout the day, and those parking spaces can fluctuate. So the requirement throughout the day is lower. But then again, just because you're determining the maximum amount for each of those, sort of the cumulative amount for each of those uses, you look at the maximum number, which is 18. I'm happy to talk about this a bit more. I don't want to necessarily focus on this for the whole presentation, but as you can see, the intent is to allow for some flex depending on the use and the amount of how busy a particular commercial use might be during the time of day. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we've heard, you've heard as part of the previous meetings that we had, especially the statutory public meeting about, you've heard comments about density, you've heard comments about the type of residential units in certain zones and affordable housing. So one of the comments we received is about having the R2 zone removed, because one of the original, or the original draft that we proposed had the R2 zone removed. And based on the feedback that we heard and the conversations we had with staff, it was felt that we would bring the R2 zone back just to allow for a bit of a line between the types of dwelling units that be permitted in each of those zones. So those, and also what we've done is within the R2 zone, we've removed higher density building types. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So especially as it relates to the RM1 zone, we heard that masonettes or back-to-back townhomes were perhaps not, should be directed to a higher density zone. And while in many municipalities across Ontario, masonettes or back-to-back townhomes would be permitted in an RM type 1 zone, we felt that it was important to respond to the feedback received, and then we've had numerous discussions with staff, and it was felt that we would revise the definition to add a bit of clarity to that, but also remove back-to-back townhomes from the RM1 zone. Again, just in terms of ensuring that we are listening to the comments received. In terms of affordable housing, we did provide some updated flexibility for secondary dwelling units to be provided in more types of residential land uses as of right. Again, generally implementing provincial direction, but also the direction from your official plan. Next slide, please. We also had feedback about the location of certain zones, and one of them in particular was the location of the RM1 zone, as you can see in the red circle on the screen. It was originally proposed as RM1 zone because we were implementing the direction of the official plan. However, based on the feedback, it was felt that while we're still maintaining conformity with the official plan, which does not leave this as an agricultural zone, we have removed the RM1 zone and changed it to future development. And the intent is that the OP does designate this for development, but what we're doing is not allowing development as of right. So if any development is proposed on this property, it will require rezoning, which is a public process and will allow for public feedback depending on what's proposed. And there's also been significant, you've heard the opening remarks from the CAO, there's significant consultation for prudence. There has been a separate open house that was completed, and revisions have been made to the provisions based on comments received. And if I can get the next slide, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bruder.
How do I move around the screen? I don't? Okay, but can I no? Okay. All right. Good evening, members of council. Thanks, Greg, for the summary on the overall comprehensive zoning bylaw. We're now going to go into one of the things that Mr. Bender referenced, which is one of our strategic growth areas where we have a secondary plan, being prudence. In this specific case, as our CAO referenced, We have a working relationship with the property owner that has spanned many years, stemming from the earlier stages, even before this secondary plan was implemented, up until now. There's been a variety of concepts proposed, but really focusing on this secondary plan here in 2018. Since that time, we've gone through updates to the growth plan, a consolidation happening in 2020. We've undergone updates to the provincial policy statement, again, changing the landscape dramatically at a provincial level. We've gone through a pandemic, and we've gone through significant shifts in some market trends in this area and within the region as a whole. So that has led to some refinements to the concept that is being proposed for the Prudhome's development site. We've mentioned some of these before. We've been before you a few times now. There's been really, the item here is to add some flexibility to move around some of the land uses, still maintaining the overall general intent of the secondary plan, the progression from west to east, but some minor zone adjustments, and then accommodation of some additional density, especially in the eastern area where there is some of the high rises proposed, higher rises that is. So I think one thing important here to note, and I know our CAO touched on it, is this particular site really represents a unique opportunity here. We've got a very large waterfront site here, a very significant and prominent site with a lot of potential. And when I mention these updated plans, these provincial planning legislation documents, there's an emphasis to look at a piece of property like this where you have lands that are vacant and really earmarked to accommodate growth into the future. And it needs to be carefully considered in the context of the most recent planning framework. We also have a singular property owner that we've been working with for quite some time that really, having that as opposed to having multiple kind of segments within this presents an opportunity to work towards a cohesive development, planning it fulsomely rather than in fragments, collectively with one set, with one team. So, that's been definitely a positive that we've been seeing. Again, as I mentioned before, this is a site where there's been a variety of different concepts proposed. There's been, from a shopping center to an earlier concept that had maybe a little bit less density that we see today, and then this one here. So, it's also important to recognize for something like this that this is likely a very long-term build-out. It's, it could be 10 years, could be in excess of 10 years. So really, the opportunity here is to work with that one property owner. And again, we felt it fitting that as we go through the comprehensive zoning bylaw that looks at implementing the secondary plans, we look at this one here specifically because we have active concepts that are being brought forward. And we look at it from a standpoint of making sure that we plan for this sequentially in a way that's orderly and makes sense, both from an infrastructure perspective and from a built form perspective over the period of the build-out. In recognition that, a lot of the earlier planning stages, including now where we are with zoning, which is really more of the feasibility stage, there's going to be a lot of different design stages moving forward from here. So there's an opportunity to look at this strategically, and that's where a lot of the consultation that our CAO indicated with those involved agencies has taken place to make sure that we do that, to allow for some flexibility while at the same time making sure that we have proper provisions in place to make sure that all considerations are made. So on the process to date, we have had the Prudhome's concept follow the zoning bylaw update process, but at the same time, we have separated the two as we move forward in terms of a separate public information center, separate meetings and conversations with the relevant agencies, separate Speak Up Lincoln page to really try to parse out what pertains to Prudhome's specifically to make sure that we identify and make clear what pertains to this. So now I'm in front of you, having had that public meeting, that additional public information center. So I apologize here. I really wanted to show kind of two different plans side by side. I'd like to take you through, maybe I'll reference a little bit what the previous concept, the one that was approved in 2019, where we initially approved zoning and draft plan of subdivision for the site versus what came at the February 2022 public meeting versus what the current concept is. Again, sorry, I really wanted to be side by side, but you wouldn't have been able to see anything. Even now, it's difficult. But I would call to your attention specifically on the west side, at the very west side where the property line is, you'll see quite a few townhomes proposed along there. And then along the service road in blue, you will see employment areas that were proposed. A little bit of a departure from what was previously envisioned, but still keeping with the intent of the secondary plan to provide employment lands. Moving some of the employment lands over to the Main Street area to really better cluster business, provide that more of active hub with an array of different commercial, office, and employment uses. Moving over, obviously along the waterfront, we had a continuous waterfront. On the west side, there was some singles added to it, but still maintaining that single-loaded waterfront both at the park and all along the high-density area to the east. Looking at the high-density block 2, you'll see where there were previous height permissions of 15 to 18 stories when you include the potential for above-ground parking provision. Now the provisions have increased up from 12 to 15 to 18 to 20. And then looking further west, or east, sorry, where it was previously 18, there is an allowance made here for potential 25-story buildings. So those are some of the transition points that happened from the plan in 2019 to the February 2022 public meeting. And then as we moved forward, we did hear quite a significant amount of input, both at the public meeting and then at the subsequent open house. And there has been some changes since then as well. That I'll just quickly highlight. You're going to hear from the delegation from the property owner after this, so I'll just briefly touch on these. Again, if you look at the west side, you can see reincorporation of more single detached dwellings, and I think that really, what that does is that provides a better balance, a better mix of units within that area on that side. You'll see now the employment has shifted further, and the reason for this again is, I think, to respond to the market conditions and better consolidate and cluster the employment uses in the mixed-use Main Street area to provide that cohesive and consolidated mix of commercial and employment uses. You'll see moving forward, the heights on the eastern side, they have been, for the most part, maintained, but you'll see there's been an added, it looks like kind of like a magenta color there, and what that's highlighting is the provision of additional commercial uses on the podium levels, which is really a good positive because that really activates the streetscape in those areas and provides an opportunity for further commercial business and economic development in that area as well. One of the other things I'd highlight too is it's really hard to see, but on the very, we've been looking at ways to enhance some of the parking offerings. If you look at Street C, which runs along those valley lands on the east side, we're looking at trying to provide more parking along the side, trying to make room for that. So these types of provisions, these types of changes have been ongoing in response to input that we have been receiving. But overall, when you look at this particular plan that we have before you today, you can see along the waterfront, we've got about 12 acres there of park space all along the waterfronts, continuous, with an active space and a passive space, as well as shoreline. There's an opportunity throughout too. As we go through further design phases, there will likely be some other green spaces. You can see some of them being envisioned here, associated perhaps with condominium developments in the future to add more green space to the overall plan. So again, don't want to steal any thunder from the delegation that'll be following. They have some good items to show you as well, but just generally just wanted to go over at a high level what some of the most significant changes have been since we were before you last. Just some of the other things I didn't mention, and I'd be remiss if I didn't. Some of the trail connections, some of the connections out to the street, specifically on the western side, where they weren't apparent in the previous concept, they've been added into this one to provide better connectivity. It's hard to see, but along the private lane, there's been a sidewalk added on the southern portion there of those singles on the very western side. There's connectivity now provided on the waterfront too at multiple locations too, and providing that vista there for that one street connection. One of the big things to highlight, and again, this is something that our CAO touched on, is all the communication we've had with agencies, specifically the region and MTO and the MPCA. The region largely around infrastructure. We wanted to be sure that we properly coordinated with the region to strategically plan for what would be needed in terms of infrastructure, recognizing that this is a long-term build-out. And really, that's involved a lot of dialogue with them. We've had significant correspondence about, the need for, not necessarily to have everything ironed out at this particular point, but the region really wants to see, as do we, a strategy on how the servicing will be planned out over time. The region has indicated that they're flexible on perhaps what that looks like, but we do need to identify what, in terms of improvements, are needed. There has been some work done in the functional servicing standpoint by the applicant. We've reviewed it, as well as has the region. The first 9 phases can be accommodated of this development, and that's all the way pretty much until you get to the high-rise portion there. The last 1,300 units is really the trigger, but the first 9 phases, as well as all the other secondary plan properties too being built out according to what their densities permit currently, can be accommodated with the upgrades that are currently forecasted without any additional ones. So although potential upgrades could be, they will be likely required in the future, there is time to strategically plan for those, which is what the region wants to see happen. But we certainly have to make sure that we protect for those potential solutions moving forward. From a traffic standpoint, this is another one, one that I heard personally a lot about at the open house that we had following the public meeting. There is going to be, upon full build-out, it's a significant unit count, absolutely. We've been in consultation with the Ministry of Transportation on this. Again, this is one of those things for the lower density side. It probably won't trigger any significant interchange improvements or anything like that. At the full build-out 10 years later, there is the potential for that to happen. So what we've done, again, through working with the Ministry of Transportation and through working with the region, again, as the North Service Road belongs to them, is we've come up with an array of holding provisions that'll enable us to retain control to make sure that we account for these things as the build-out occurs over time. So, you can't really see the title, but just to go over quickly what happens next should the zoning be approved this evening. It really functions similar to what a typical zoning bylaw amendment process would be. We have to circulate a notice of passing. There is an appeal period, and after that, then if there are no appeals, then the zoning bylaw can be implemented. One last thing to note before I conclude my portion of the presentation is that, as many of you are likely aware, the region is currently updating their own official plan. They've actually just brought it forward for adoption. Notice of adoption, I believe, went out today. That means the town of Lincoln has to update its own official plan as part of a conformity exercise to make sure that we conform to the region's new official plan. That could result in some updates to our zoning bylaw as well. That conformity exercise has to happen within a year of adoption. So that's another measure coming forward. And I think, the natural reaction would be, well, if this is happening, why are we doing this now? But I can tell you, from a planning standpoint, if you wait until all planning policy is completely updated to update your documents, you'd be waiting forever, especially in this climate. So this is a sequential way for us to navigate this process. One, I've been in extensive collaboration with Mr. Bender at WSP to make sure we have the best way forward. We've talked to the region about this too, as they know we're updating our zoning bylaw, and this is the optimum way forward from here. So at this point, that's the end of my portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder. Thank you, Mr. Bender. We are now at the delegation portion of the agenda, 8.2, for the Planning and Economic Development Committee agenda. Please note that delegations have a presentation and may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. Should there be a request to go over the time, we will motion to council to do so. Our delegations this evening are Craig Fortis from KFA Architects, Angelo Lugatti from Stantec, John Pissarro and Madasar Ahmad from Silvergate Homes, John Fraccioni from FBH Group, and Zhang Lao and Mike D'Artizio of Stantec.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Can we request some extra time? Is this the process to do that?
Absolutely, Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. And just by a show of hands to extend the time until finished, please. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Russell. That carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for allowing us to present today. We appreciate the opportunity. I'm Angelo Lugatti from Stantec Consulting. I'm a civil engineer and land development consultant. With me today is Craig Fortis. He's the architect. He'll be speaking shortly. And the developer, FBH, is here. FBH, I think, is not new to most of the people in this room. They've owned the land for a while, and as been noted so far, the relationship is strong with the municipality. And the builder is here as well, Silvergate Homes. Not part of the presentation, but happy to answer questions if necessary. I was going to give a bit of background on how we got here, but I think everyone's done a great job of doing that, so I'll be very brief. The Prudhome's Landing property encompasses about 31 hectares approximately of the 50 overall that incorporate the secondary plan. So, it's an important part of the secondary plan. As noted before, in 2019, a draft plan of subdivision was brought forward for the Prudhome's property. For a number of reasons, that plan has fluctuated. I think Matt did a great job, Mr. Brewer did a great job of describing how it's evolved. Tons of consultation with everyone here, all the agencies. We really appreciate the patience that's been shown by the municipality and all the agencies to help us get here. COVID played a big role. It not only delayed the moving forward, but also, changed the way people live and work and shop these days. So, as Mr. Bruder noted, we've tried to capture the impacts of all of that into our development plan. A lot has really gone into it, and we believe now this plan that you see on the screen, I don't know how to make it full screen. Anyways, we're very proud of how we've gone here. We're very proud of where we're at, and we appreciate all the time and patience that's happened, thank you, to get us to this point. So I'll just briefly talk about our vision for the development. Really, our vision for this development is to be aligned with the secondary plan. I'll read this right from the secondary plan. A vision to be a successful, diverse, walkable, mixed-use, waterfront neighborhood. One that will add exciting and evolving, one that will be an exciting and evolving destination within the Niagara region. Really, we have made changes. Mr. Brewer pointed out a lot of them. We're not disputing the fact that we've made changes, but we're very confident that we've kept to that vision. And really, throughout this process, our goal was to maintain that vision, putting a community plan forward that will benefit the town of Lincoln and Niagara region. Some of the key features I'll go over very quickly. A central main street labeled as Street A on this plan. We see that as being a great community feature that will promote activities, gathering spaces. An amazing trail network is proposed. It's hard to see at this scale, but if you look in close, they're shown by blue lines navigating around the west side, along the waterfront, through the valley lands, connecting to North Service Road. We had an open house in April, and we met several avid cycling enthusiasts, and they told us that they were really looking forward to the trail network and a multi-use path. We're providing that along the public beach. We're really excited about what that will offer residents. Expansive public parks all along the waterfront. There's something called Foreshore Park. It's going to be a great community walking area. Right at the terminus of Street A, there's going to be a public park. We envision that having a band shell, maybe a splash pad, public skating areas. Really a great community feature. We're envisioning a transportation hub in the central core, in the roundabout. We're hoping that Go Transit can possibly become a connection point there. We're very excited about what that could do. We really believe that this is a place where people can work, live, and play. That's the vision for this community. And I mentioned work. They're characterized by the blue areas on this screen here. Mr. Bruder discussed how we've changed the alignment of that configuration compared to the original secondary plan, but we believe we've done so for very good reason. Truly, COVID changed the way people work. There's a very small amount of people now, we're seeing this in even our office, that want to go to the office every day, day after day. People want to be living closer to where they work. People want to have a hybrid opportunity. We feel that this change, which I must point out from a square footage standpoint, is still exceeding what was carried in the original secondary plan, just slightly. So we're not reducing the overall square footage of employment land. We've just changed the configuration of it. Historically, employment lands were a destination. You drive somewhere along the highway, you go to work, there's a big field of parking, and you go home at the end of the day. That was originally what was carried in the secondary plan. What you see here is one building along the North Service Road in blue on the south side of the plan. That sort of carries that traditional model, but we've moved a second employment area into the central core. We feel this is a better mix. We think there's an opportunity for that to be a community-based employment center. We're hoping that perhaps it can be, medical offices, community-based services, just a better mix that we feel is a better mix of employment uses that will benefit the community and town of Lincoln in general. Overall, we feel that this plan, we're very happy with how we've gone here. And again, we want to thank the town's patience and all the agencies' thoughtfulness in working with us as this plan has evolved in the previous couple of years. I'll jump now to the phasing plan. I know this has been shared in advance. It's very hard to go through this level of detail at this time, but the main point is that this is a big property, 30 hectares as I noted. It's divided into 12 macro phases of development over time. I want to stress that this is a concept. I don't think, there's so many variables that go into construction phasing, market conditions, real estate, sales, zoning bylaws can change. I think we have to be honest that this is probably a 10-year build out in and around 10 years if things go well. So really what we have here is a concept plan that will help us plan forward. And there will be variances along the way, but this is a vision of how we think it will go out. Phase 1, shown in the green along North Service Road, is intended to be the commercial block. We've already made some preliminary applications to the town on that potential block, and following this meeting, if things go well, we hope to be advancing those applications. Phase 2 is shown in blue. In general, the development will evolve after phase 1 from west to east across the property. So in the southwest corner of the property, you'll see phase 2, which is intended to be a townhouse block. Also shown in blue is along the waterfront. It's very important for the developer, and we understand this, to stabilize the bank. The bank needs to be stabilized. It needs to be prepared for future development, and we want to make that a priority and focus on that, maybe not within our initial development, but very soon after, shown here in phase 2. And as I mentioned, development will flow from west to east following that time. As I said, this is a plan, it's a concept, it will evolve over time, but we believe that this is a good vision for how we'll carry forward. This next plan is our landscaping plan. A lot of details to be seen on one screen. As Mr. Bruder mentioned, it's hard to display a community plan as opposed to one development block, but it's shared for everyone to review. I think this is a good area, a good plan to have up when I talk about community benefits. We're very proud of what this development will offer the community, in our opinion. I mentioned earlier the shoreline improvements. Baird Consulting has been hired as a shoreline consultant for the development. They're experts at what they do. They're very good at what they do. They have been exploring what will be required to stabilize the bank. And there are notes here that you could read, but an extensive revetment system, new groins, and rock structures along the water will be required to stabilize the bank. This will eliminate erosion to coastal standards, and it will prepare flat areas that can be used as public areas. It's really the key to this development in my mind, And that investment by the developer will be a huge community benefit for the town of Lincoln. It will really set up everything that's being planned along the waterfront, which is really the feature of this development. I mentioned earlier public parks. Once that bank is stabilized, you can see the green space all along, continuous along the waterfront. It's a great community benefit that it's a public park. It's going to be flattened out, great walking trails on both sides of that green path. One along the water, that's more for family walking, public play within the green space, and then another trail network along the back of the residential areas. That's more of a multi-use path that can be biking and walking. At the terminus of Street A of the public park I mentioned before, we think that's going to be a great feature for the town of Lincoln, for this community. We see that as being a destination. Together with that destination, I want to point out that we are not proposing any variances to parking. I was interested to see the new parking requirements, so we'll review those. We were not up to speed with the mixed-use changes, but I think we've pretty much on board with what's required. But we're proposing to park this out so that everyone coming to this destination will have a place to park up to community standards. I mentioned the transportation hub. I believe that's a community benefit. If over time this can be linked up to GO Transit and other regional transportation, that's a great community benefit. What a great place to live if you have to drive to different areas, to just walk to a GO train station and go where you need to go. We're very excited about that opportunity. Another community benefit is the servicing. Mr. Brewer pointed this out, but we've heard loud and clear that this development that we're proposing needs to accommodate the lands to the east, which are within the secondary plan. We also have to accommodate the LJM development, which is shown sort of the bottom, just to the west of the Valley lands. We've incorporated all those calculations in our servicing plan that's been provided to the municipality to date, and we understand what's required, and we look forward to accommodating those developments in coordination with all the stakeholders. The environmental features on this property will be maintained. The Valley lands are shown on the east side. There's an environmental feature on the west side. We understand those requirements. We actually had a meeting with the Conservation Authority a couple of weeks ago to listen to their comments, and we look forward to working with all the stakeholders to make sure all environmental features are maintained and respected as they should be. From a sustainability perspective, we're very excited about what this community can offer. As I mentioned, the environmental features will be respected. We understand those requirements. We look forward to dealing with them. Our servicing report that we've submitted to the municipality has a strong low-impact development component. We've got a really high-quality stormwater management system that will separate clean water from dirty water completely. It's an expensive feature from the developer standpoint, but it does what it needs to do. It's for the best. It will ensure that dirty water never mixes with treated water, and only clean water is discharging to the lake. We're very proud of that. That clean water collector pipe has the opportunity to be a perforated pipe. We've talked about that in our stormwater management section of our servicing report. Doing so would greatly exceed the town's requirements for water balance, and we're very excited about the opportunity to provide that feature. Also, the secondary plan talks about the use of high-density development to minimize urban sprawl. We are incorporating high-density development here, and we do feel that that's going to be a very efficient use of land. Overall, we're proud of the community benefits, the sustainability model that we're putting forward here, and we're happy about what the opportunity coming forward is for us. We've prepared a lot of studies. We've prepared traffic reports, sustainability, architectural reports, traffic, engineering, coastal reports. Really what we're looking for is an opportunity to move this forward and bring this forward to the community, make this a real development. We know that that's what the town's craving, and we're excited about the opportunity to do so. The secondary plan asks for a mix of housing units, housing products. This development really provides the full gamut of housing products, from single use, single towns, single dwellings, a range of townhouses, mixed use, high use. The first component has a mixed use development building that will include rental buildings. All the units in the first phase of development that are residential will be rentals, and there's opportunities to consider more rental down the line. FBH has developed purpose-built rental properties in the past, and that's going to be a feature of this development as we move forward. And we're just really excited about the opportunity to bring this forward in consultation with all the agencies. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to Craig now to talk about architecture and urban design. Thank you.
This pointer Can somebody, oh, there we go. Can you guys see that if I point on the screen?
Point to this one.
Oh, I have to point to this one. All right, okay. All right. Mr. Chair, Mayor Easton, councilors, staff, my name is Craig Fordyce. I'm the principal architect and planner for KFA Architects and Planners. Tonight, I'm going to walk you through a number of slides to give you an overview of the concept with regard to the architecture and the urban design that we're proposing for this walkable, mixed-use waterfront development. The project has a long build horizon, as Angelo mentioned, so the architectural visuals presented today are what we envision this project can be and set a standard of architecture and urban design that is coherent, cohesive, and able to evolve over the timeline it will take to implement this project. This massing site plan that's on the screen now illustrates the proposed urban structure of the proposal. The colors in the graphic represent the proposed building typology. Generally, the site is organized into 3 precincts. The yellow and gold buildings represent low-rise residential to the west, ranging from 1 to 3 stories in height, with a mix of single-family and townhouse typologies. The blue, magenta, purple along the main street, central to the site, represent the mid-rise, mixed-use residential, commercial, office, ranging from 4 to 6 stories in height. And the brown represent mixed-use commercial residential high-rise to the eastern extent of the site, ranging from 15 to 30 stories in height. So you can see. Sort of go back here. Yeah, I'm not getting the laser. Oh, there we go. You can't see it though. Okay, I think that everybody can kind of see what I was saying with regard to the colors. The main access of the site is off the North Service Road along the main Street A that is central to the site. The various zones within the development are all connected by the main ring road that circumnavigates the site, accommodating vehicular traffic, cyclists with bike lanes, and a network of pedestrian sidewalks and paths. A network of secondary private lanes is also proposed throughout the development, providing another layer of connectivity to the ring road. The proposed development has many of the criteria of the 15-minute walkable community, fulfilling a number of essential functions, including living, working, commerce, healthcare, and entertainment, all within a 15-minute walk or bike ride of residents' homes. The predominant landscape features, I think, were covered well by Angelo, so I'm not going to go into that, and I will get into the built form. We have endeavored to develop an architectural language throughout the project that connects the different building typologies in a complementary way. You will notice our judicious use of light-colored materials to create a light and airy, modern coastal aesthetic throughout the community that is vibrant, welcoming, and beautiful. The material palette in each typology is not only aimed at providing enduring aesthetic, but also longevity and build quality that residents of Prudhome's will be proud of and enjoy for years to come. We are lucky to be working closely with a well-established builder in Niagara for this project, and have taken cues from their current and past projects in developing the architectural vision for this project, specifically for the low-rise product. This first slide outlines the building type of townhouse. So I'm going to take you through a number of the building types, and these slides will show, and I don't know if you can just adjust that up a little bit, show the varying facades on the buildings, and if up in the upper right-hand corner you have sort of a section taken through a snippet of the site, and then a plan that sort of relates to these particular streets. The townhouses here in this instance are on the private lanes. We follow this up with a vignette, and the little vignette shows the feeling and flavor of the architecture in terms of how the varied facades will work along these townhouse bungalows on the private lanes. You can see in terms of material quality, we're implementing brick. We're using like a hardy board type panel product, and as well as other high quality products. To get the variation in the facades, I want to point out that no neighbor would have the same sort of entrance and or glazing condition on the front of the building. And this is something that the builder does throughout their developments in Niagara currently. The second typology that I'd like to look at is the detached villas. This particular snippet is taken, and you can see the section in the upper right-hand corner along the lakeside street. And you can see how these two-story homes would transition in terms of elevation from the main street down toward the foreshore park. Again, in terms of quality of material, we're using brick as well as like a hardy panel and other high-quality materials in the build. You can see there is, again, a light-colored palette. This has a higher contrast in terms of some dark to give some emphasis. And you can see here how this works in the detached villas vignette. Can we just scroll that one just a little bit again? Thanks. Again, this shows the concept and the vision of the street section in terms of providing for bicycle pathways, bike lanes on the road. We're showing a boulevard in this iteration, and you can see how the facades vary sort of in this typology along the street. The next typology I'd like to talk about is along the main boulevard, which is the mid-rise component, where we start to get to the middle section of the development. This is at the main street, sort of as you're getting closer to the lake. And the idea here is that we're creating a building typology that represents what you'd find in Southern Ontario commercial downtown areas. So we're creating it's one building, but it's been broken up into various facades that are proportional to what you'd find in terms of storefront. We're using, again, high-quality materials in terms of brick and precast. There's detailing in terms of canopy, sign friezes, and commercial glazing and entrances that are again, similar to what you'd find in more traditional commercial environments, however, done in sort of a modern context. In the bottom right, you can see the street plan, which illustrates what we're considering a WUNRF or shared street configuration. We feel this is an important element to the site in terms of providing for pedestrian and cyclist and vehicular traffic all in one, but using street furniture, pavement markings, and detailed design to keep traffic at a pedestrian pace in this area. And here you can see the main boulevard idea of a daytime shot that would, facilitate walking, biking, and vehicular traffic. The next building typology is the mixed-use commercial residential. This is very similar to what we're showing on the main street in terms of the previous typology. However, this is reading as like sort of a larger building. And this building in particular is part of the Phase 1 development and sort of the signature calling card of the developer in terms of setting a standard, an architectural standard for this development. You can see there's an interesting architectural feature in the corner, and we worked with the developer to sort of create what we think is a beautiful aesthetic that will set the standard for the other large-scale buildings on the site. And if we can just scroll that up, you can sort of see a number of the mid-rise buildings sort of in the background. The one that has the darker brick is sort of a concept for the office building with, and you can see sort of in these concepts the ground floor commercial activating the street frontage is consistent with the residential above, and in the office building it would be office above. So then we get to the high-rise residential. In terms of the high-rise residential, again, we're keeping to a similar palette to sort of keep that consistency and cohesiveness in terms of the aesthetic. You can see basically a three-story street wall is something that we found important. That was also part of the main street, even though those are 4 to 5 story buildings. We sort of implemented this three-story street wall, which we think is in keeping with the pedestrian type scale that we'd like at the street level. These buildings would have, again, active frontages at grade, which are commercial, and the idea is to have planted amenity space in terraces on top of the podium, purporting sort of green design within the context of these high-rise developments. And here you can see a vignette of the active street frontage with the commercial detailed with canopies, and again, a commercial frontage that we feel is appropriate for the development. Again, this is another sort of iteration of the high-rise residential, and you can see this is along the lakeshore, and we have a rendering here that sort of gives you an idea of what the frontage would look like along the Lakeshore Trail and the streetscape there, again with the commercial at grade, recessed balconies and high quality materials, with the green sort of aspect onto the buildings as well. So these last 4 slides are higher quality renderings that we're hoping convey the quality of the development and the vision that we're trying to put forth here with regard to Prudhome's. And we feel that this is a really big opportunity in terms of setting a standard of architecture and urban design in Niagara. There's not too often that this scale of land is developed, and we think that it's an opportunity to really show that this developer can come up with a product that is going to be what we feel quite beautiful and appropriate in terms of scale and uses and mixed uses throughout this waterfront development. So this is looking west across the roundabout when you come into the site on the main street. The building to the left is the rental apartment building that's part of the Phase 1 development. You can see the retail and the cut in the corner, which takes you through to the parking lot on the back side of the building and to the commercial where the Tim Hortons and Popeyes would be, and the proposed gas station would be. On the right-hand side, you can see this is the concept of the office building in the beginning of the Warner Street off to the right. This shot is taking out at the lake, obviously, and it's looking west toward Victoria Shores. The buildings to the left are the single detached homes that would be stepping down from the Lakeshore Street. In the foreground, you can see basically the bike path sort of as it snakes through the Foreshore Park. There's a connection from the street down to the bike path shown just adjacent to the first house there. As we get over toward the lake, you can see the revetment wall design and sort of a stone element that would allow for people to sort of mosey along the lake if they don't feel like walking on the bike path, walking path, and as well as sort of the beach areas that would in the new groins that would be that are to be implemented. You would have these areas where people could go down and sort of enjoy sitting at the lakeshore. This is, again, looking at the high-rise sort of along the Foreshore Park and giving a good understanding in terms of the amenity, in terms of the bike lanes sort of coming along the roadway, in terms of the activated commercial spaces at the base of the podiums, and the architectural articulation in terms of how this would read in terms of pedestrian scale at 3 stories, and then the high rises above. You can see the bike lane off to the right and the beach uses potentially where the umbrellas are there. This is our last slide, and this is sort of an evening shot, which we think sums up what this main street and what this community could be about. The vision here is that this Woonerf street could be turned into like a festival area or something sort of during the summer where it's mostly about pedestrians and let's say cyclists, and that vehicles might only be allowed if they're selling you some sort of hot dog or candy floss or something. So the idea here is that this would be a community amenity that would sort of attract attention and allow for this community to really celebrate and play together in their urban space. That said, I'll just get Angelo back up here for some closing remarks, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks. I really don't think there's much more to say. Craig and I coincidentally both grew up in the Niagara area. I'm from Welland, and I remember going to Prudham's Landing as a child. The go-kart track was amazing. I was afraid to go into the haunted house. But we're really excited about the potential of this site. It's not very often you get to work on a project like this. And Niagara region being near and dear to my heart, we just look forward to the process. And if we're successful tonight, look forward to meeting with the region, meeting with the town, meeting with Conservation Authority, moving things forward, having those conversations, and just working with the town to advance. So I don't really need to say anything else. I think we thank you for your time and look forward to any questions.
So, Deputy Clerk, are there anyone else from Silvergate or FBH or Stantec that are going to delegate, or is this it?
I believe that concluded the delegation for them all.
We have others on hand to answer any specific technical questions, but not presenting.
Thank you, Angelo.
You're welcome.
Thank you both, Angelo and Craig. So at this point, I will open it up. If any councillors have any questions of either staff or the delegations. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation to the delegates and to Mr. Bender. My question does revolve around the Prudham side of things as opposed to the comprehensive bylaw review. I think the vision and I think the presentation itself is quite something. I think it does meet a lot of the expectations I think that a lot of the residents and the staff have for that area. And again, I think it's going to be definitely a place to go and grow in the area. The concern I have is essentially from phase 8 onwards, from 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and the densities that we're seeing proposed now compared to what we saw in 2019. Again, we are seeing some pretty dramatic increases in the number of stories. And I'm just wondering where, from the developers, where you see this, that plan being for phase 8 and onward, 5 years from now, 6 years from now, when you actually start getting to that area to build. Do you think that level of density is going to be maintained, or are we going to be back here again looking for increases of 30, 40% that we're seeing from now between 2019?
Who would like to tackle that?
I can start.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We have no plans to add more density beyond what is being shown right now. I can acknowledge that the density has grown, and I need to say that the changes that have been made to this plan have been carefully considered and thought. There's been a lot of hours that went into thinking about them and getting to where we are now. And the decisions that we made, the changes that have been made, have been done in consultation with the town staff, which have been amazing and accommodating, region staff, MTO. So a lot of thought has gone into it, and I have not heard any conversations of asking for more density than what's shown on the plan now. You talk about phases beyond phase 8. It's a very fair question. The regional infrastructure today, as approved, not today, but as approved to be expanded, the pump station in Victoria Shores can only accommodate, I think it's up to phase 9 actually. But the phases beyond that, we've heard loud and clear we'll have a holding provision. We've had some initial discussions with region staff and town staff about how they can be accommodated. We have some ideas. First and foremost, we would like to monitor the wastewater production that happens from the first 8 phases of development and see how close the theoretical numbers are to the actual numbers. Generally, theoretical calculations for wastewater production are quite conservative, so that's step number 1. And then from there, there will be a gap, almost certainly, and we look forward to working with all the agencies to figure out a solution. We respect the holding provision and understand what comes with it.
Councillor Russell?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Again, as a well native, I also appreciate that response from a fellow Wellander. Again, back to staff, I wonder if they could give us some insight into what other insurances we have that we'll be able to maintain that level of density and size. Again, my concern is we're going to be back here. Again, if we would have asked back in 2019 when this was approved, if that plan that was created back then was sufficient, I'm sure everybody would have said yes at the time, and then we would have gotten the same answer that there's no expectation for it to go higher. We know there is the landscape out there for development is very fluid, much to my chagrin. What are the assurances that 3 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 8 years down the road, that we aren't going to be back here looking for significant increases in that eastern side of the development to staff?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Bruder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think before I answer that question, just one matter of clarification. I think the reference was made to on the far east side of 30 stories, wherein really the permissions there are for 25. But when we talk about long-term kind of looking at density, looking at heights and density increases, you know, the whole premise here is this doesn't mean through a process like this that there's unbridled density that can be, or unbridled building heights that can be, you know, assumed for this site down the road. There are a variety of limiting factors, including the holding provisions that we have in place, which allow us to consider what impacts any density increases, both these ones proposed and if anything further was brought up, even though I'm hearing that a lot of thought's gone into this and there won't be. But really, and I've said this before, when we look at properties, when we look at areas for redevelopment, we look at what can that particular property, what can it handle in terms of not only from an infrastructure standpoint, traffic comes into play, built form comes into play. We have holding provisions as they pertain to shadows, wind studies, things that would inform design further. And if those items can't be satisfied, not only just to the town's satisfaction, but also to the other agencies involved, well then that density can't happen. And those holding provisions are in place for the densities being proposed today, let alone anything further that would be forecasted out into the future. So I would contend that we have significant opportunity and control for that scenario moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder, for that. And one last follow-up, Mr. Chair, my third question.
Go ahead, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Bruder. What would be the maximum density that this property then could take? Again, based on your answer, given that there are limits, is this the maximum density that this property would allow, given the infrastructure that is being proposed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think, you know, one of the things we're recognizing as we apply these holding provisions is there's a lot more design work to be done. Not only looking at this site fulsomely, but as you saw with the phasing strategy, as it gets built out over time, as the modeling happens over time. Again, when we've collaborated as closely as we have with the region, one of the things that's come out of that is the expectation for a strategy. And that has to happen earlier in the process, likely during, so the next stage after this is a draft plan amendment. We have to amend the draft plan of subdivision. There will be significant work done there in this regard as well, because although there is flexibility there through monitoring, there's also the need to protect for any potential servicing solutions that are required on site. So that's kind of an ongoing process. It's a little bit earlier in the design, especially for a project as complex as this, to actually be able to pinpoint to the exact density number for that can be accommodated in the high density area. It's going to evolve over time, but like I said, we have our holding provisions in place to make sure that we can properly assess that as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder, and thank you for making that comment about the 30 stories, because I think a few people did raise a Spockian eyebrow when that comment was made. Councillor Michalak.
Thank you very much, Chair Brunet, through you to the presenter. Appreciate that presentation. Daytime, nighttime, I feel like I was already there, and I got a postcard. That being said, there's talk about flexibility, there's talk about phasing. Recently, we had a proposal for 2 high-rise buildings already. Is there any flexibility? Should there be an interest from a developer or partnership with the current owner to modify that phasing and put phase 8, 9, 10 ahead of other phases?
I believe you're talking about the LJM development on the property?
That was a recent, so my point is there appears to be a demand for high-rise sort of development now. Is there, understanding that there's only a certain amount of capacity for sewage and water, is there a potential or possibility for flexibility with phasing?
That's a very good question, and I should have brought this up. Our sanitary calculations for wastewater production, as requested by all the agencies, ensure that the production from LJM, as well as the other developments to the east, the Lighthouse and the Beacon, are accommodated. So the flows for those developments are reserved, and they have that right to development, and the resulting, the remaining capacity, we get the remaining capacity, the balance after their flows are incorporated. So, and as I said, our pipes that we've designed in the servicing report are accommodating those flows, including those flows, and showing that they will be incorporated. So you're quite right that our phasing plan starts from west to east. If there's a need based on the town's approval process to shift that phasing to accommodate LJM, I mean, we have to have those conversations. But certainly we're not, we're reserving the capacity for their flows, and we cannot encroach on those flow rates that are coming from those other developments, especially the existing ones. You know, as well, we are going to take in today, there's a bit of an antiquated sanitary pump and force main that take flows from the Lighthouse and Beacon and bring it over. We're going to intercept those flows when the time's right, based on the phasing, based on all of these factors, and bring that into our system, modernize it, and make it into a system that's more typical of how infrastructure is designed today. So we've made those accommodations, we've studied them, and they're incorporated into our numbers.
Thank you very much. And then another question, if I may.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you to Mr. Bruder. So with these sort of high-rise developments, and just piggybacking off Councillor Russell's question, 3 years from now, like currently, you know, there are applications that, you know, go above and beyond what we currently allow. And, you know, 3.5, you know, may not seem far away, but it's closer than we think. So is there a maximum that the province, and we're always told that the province, if we say no, then, you know, the province, is there a maximum that the province says, this is the greatest density, you know, that humanly possible, this is the, you know, the highest for an area? Is there a maximum that we can say, you know, we don't have to fear the province and their point of view as far as what's too dense?
Mr. Bruder?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there aren't any maximums identified in applicable provincial policy. There's minimums with strong encouragement to go beyond that. They don't establish a maximum, and to my earlier comments, really where the maximum is established is the carrying capacity of whatever site you're talking about. There is a limit. There always is. You can't, you know, develop servicing solutions to the nth degree. Typically on a site, you can't, you know, there are certain limiting factors. They vary according to the site, and that's really what the province pushes us to consider when we look at density and what's appropriate for the site. It's not just about servicing either. Like I mentioned, there's design impacts too that are associated with that. There's massing impacts. So all these things factor into what really the maximum, if you will, could be reached. But there's nothing identified by the province in that regard.
Thank you very much. And the concern I have is that by approving 25 stories maximum, we're actually approving 30, 35. You know, given the fact that there could be a challenge from the province or, you know, provincial policy. So that's a concern that I have that we're living in right now. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patriva.
Thank you very much, Chair Brunet, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much for the 3D version. The mayor's big on that, and it kind of gives you a perspective of what's taking place. As infrastructure chair, I'm going to ask you some infrastructure questions first, and then hopefully I'll come back in and ask some others later. But Councillor Mikulik touched upon it, so and maybe this is better directed to staff. So we've got the modifications coming to the Laurie Street pumping station, so they'll accommodate growth up to phase 9. So anything beyond phase 9, so 9, 10, 11, 12, there'll need to be an alternative solution for that. That's on the dime of the developer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. It's gonna be developer-driven improvement, so there will need to be a solution, as you're mentioning. Yep.
Okay, and that solution, will that be contained within the footprint of the development?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's something, again, in dialogue we've had with the region, that needs to be protected for. But I think there can be an array of solutions that can be looked at. So while perhaps the servicing strategy needs to protect for that, I think there is openness to considering if there is any other alternative solution that could be considered feasible as the design progresses.
Okay, thank you very much. And to Mr. Ligotti, you talked about your stormwater management system. One of the concepts that really interested me from the start was the use of silva cells as the water came through. So is that still going to be in place, acting not as not only as a water filtration system, but also as a means to water trees and vegetation throughout the site?
It's a good question. Silva cells, the specialty of silva cells is to water trees in a dense, urban environment when there isn't room for roots. The previous, with all due respect to the previous plan, it was featured as a method to treat water as well as watering trees. It is my belief, from a technical standpoint, that there are better ways to treat water before it's discharged to the lake. So we are not focusing on silva cells for the treatment of water. Now, in those slides that Craig provided, you have trees in an urban path walk. They're going to need silva cells. I'm very confident of that. So we're not shying away from these silva cells. We would promote them if our landscape architect who's on the phone tells us that they need a certain root capacity that's not available on a sidewalk, we'll put in silva cells. But we are not promoting silva cells for the focused use of treating stormwater. We believe there's better technologies for it that provide a better quality of treatment and are used in more typically for this kind of use. So oil grid separators, filter systems that are related, focused on stormwater treatment. And then what I mentioned before was a two-stream stormwater system. That's pretty, as cutting edge as my word can get. It's pretty cutting edge. You could treat water on the upstream end of the system and then mix it in with a dirty system that's not treated yet. We're not going to do that. We're going to spend the money to have a separate stormwater system. That's what we're proposing right now, so that there'll be anything that's treated will never mix dirty water, and only when something's treated does it enter into that clean stream, and then only go to the lake at that point. So that's the treatment system that we're proposing right now.
Okay, so and as a follow-up to that, if I may, Chair, so is that something that would get you a LEED designation as being environmentally friendly, as being the ability for the adoption of climatic change and being cutting edge?
Yeah, there are a lot of things that go into a LEED calculation, but the infiltration that I talked about, the opportunity to have a perforated clean system would contribute to a LEED score for sure.
Okay, terrific. And my last question on this round, Chair Brunet, if I may? So one of the other initial concepts that Francesco provided when initially he came was with the high-rise buildings with the Bosco Verticale, going to work with Vineland Research to develop that based on our environment. Is that concept still in shape in some way, shape, or form? I saw it, with the podiums, you talked about it, and trees and green space and that. Maybe not to the extent that was first envisioned, but is that concept still there in some way, shape, or form?
I think the right answer is we're not there yet. We're in the rezoning stage. What we're showing is conceptual. Each of those development blocks will come in with a detailed site plan application, and I've been pleasantly surprised. The owners are very open to talking about sustainability. When you have a development that's going to be phased out over 10 years, you don't want to build a dinosaur that's going to become redundant. Like, we need to think about how you're going to have transportation, how you're going to work, how things are going to be different. So, I've worked on some projects that have pushed the envelope from a sustainability standpoint, and I will talk to the owners about these technologies, and we do expect to have, I haven't been involved in those conversations that you're speaking of, but just an array of future thinking, forward thinking technologies will be incorporated. I didn't mention it, but we'll think about AV chargers, we'll think about smart technologies, all the things that go into planning out a development for 10 plus years. We'll think about them and incorporate as we see fit, and taking cues from agencies as well.
Okay, terrific, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think this is an opportunity, as we're talking about infrastructure right now. We've heard a lot about flow rates. We've heard a lot about capacity, and where we go after Phase 9. We hear about the region. I do know that our CAO and Mr. Bruder have been at the table with the region over the last number of months. So I'm going to give the CAO opportunity to maybe speak to discussions that we've had at the region, specifically with regards to infrastructure and pumping stations, et cetera. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll start, and Mr. Bruder can chime in if I do miss anything. I'll paraphrase a little bit of the conversation I had with CAO Ron Tripp, but one of the comments, because we've heard a lot about heights and we've heard a lot about servicing. Servicing becomes the great limiter in anything we're going to do on this particular site, and so I think we need to be cognizant of that, and that's pretty much a direct quote, more or less, from CAO Ron Tripp from his public work days. And I think, as the chair highlighted, I've met with Ron on numerous occasions, one-on-one, as part of larger meetings, and these are conversations and things that were important as we got to this stage. One of the things that CAO Tripp highlighted is that the region, like any of us, don't want to build infrastructure that's not needed. Nobody wants to build infrastructure and then take care of that infrastructure and then tax to take care of that infrastructure. So monitoring will be an essential part of the conversation. We have a DC study coming up in 2024 and a background study, and so some of the items that I think are being highlighted this evening will likely find themselves in those studies. But servicing remains one of those things that we're going to be attached very much with the region at the hip, as well as with the development group when we move forward and when we look at the potentiality of anything we're doing. Aligning our build. I heard a question earlier around this build and another developer who's got a proposal in that site. There needs to be alignment. Things can't happen to provide temporary solutions or to provide solutions that don't align with what's happening in a larger sense. And so all those need to happen. I'm not going to get into details because there's still a process to be played out with another potential application and where that finds itself. But I want to leave council with the comment around servicing becoming the great limiter on what we do. We heard that loud and clear from the region, and if a servicing solution can be addressed, we will move forward. If it can't, we need to get back to the drawing board and get back to the table and make sure that is figured out before anything moves forward. So I want to give council that level of confidence that both the region, ourselves, and the development group are having those conversations. As we've heard, a lot of development can happen up until we reach that, I think, more easterly point where we're going to have solutions and protect for those solutions moving forward. So a lot of the things that you've already heard, but infrastructure is the top of mind. It becomes the limiter on anything we're going to do. So I do want to give council that level of confidence. And anything we do build will be looked at and will be monitored before we even get to that point. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director Bruder, did you have anything to add? All good? Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm just digesting what the CAO just mentioned there, and maybe a question to that specifically is, so if we get to a point where the pumping stations can't handle what we have, and we've built a new pumping station on Laurie Avenue, and it can't handle it, does that shut the project down necessarily? Is that what we're saying here?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think what is very clear, and we've clarified for Victoria Shores, is that Laurie Street has a specific capacity. Once that capacity is reached, then we're having to sit down and look at another possible solution. That other possible solution may include, although I wouldn't presuppose what it will include, it may include some sort of on-site relay, some sort of on-site pumping station, I think as Mr. Bruder highlighted before, within the Prudhom's Landing site. What we don't know until monitoring occurs, until we find ourselves at that stage, is what that solution will look like and the size of that solution. But it's something that we want to talk about now and protect for now, but something that likely doesn't get built until that 7 to 10 year horizon.
Okay, so I would first of all like to acknowledge the commitment that our staff, the developer and the builder have shown specifically to the 2 ward councillors that myself and Councillor Mikulik, we've met individually with the staff. Since this project lies in our ward, we've met with the staff. They've been very receptive to us over the last probably 45 days since this first came out in the zoning bylaw review. And also we've met separately with the builder and the developer and with our chair of planning. And I appreciate, the openness and the back and forth that we had in those meetings. So, just thinking about this, and I also want to comment on the changes that have been made I think as a result of some of those meetings and the public meeting that we had, that, when you look at the singles that are now added that weren't there in February in the proposal, I think that shows that there is some room for modifications, certainly on the low density side, and it's noticeable, that those changes are made and are significant. A project like this, I think is very overwhelming for all of us. It just is so large. The councillor opened up with, a density question, and it just boggles my mind, that we are talking about multiple 18-story, multiple 20-story, multiple 25-story buildings, and what does that mean, and how do we even know? Down the road, we're talking about infrastructure challenges that we may have. So tonight we're making a decision that is going to build a small town. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here, is a huge decision that we need a bit of a leap of faith that this is all going to work out, and that we're going to be making the right choices. I do have a couple of questions, maybe through you, Mr. Chair, to the Director of Planning, and one is on those changes made to the singles. And if I'm correct, I see the zoning on those to be R2, and would we not change that to R1 if we're in fact going to build singles there? Should we have that as an R1 zoning?
Mr. Bruder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. That's a good question, Councillor. The main reason we didn't make that change is because in that R2 zone that's already applicable in those areas, there is already permission there for singles, so it didn't require any updates to the zoning to make that happen. I think I see where you're going with making the change to R1, but again, we're working with some of the zoning concept and zoning updates being sought by the property owner, and that wasn't one of them, but they can accommodate the singles within that R2 zone.
Well, through a follow-up, my concern is that, we're throwing all these, compliments that we're now moving to singles. And having an R2 zoning does not restrict them from changing that without any other consultation with council. So if in fact if the builder is going to build singles, make it an R1 zoning. That's my thoughts on that. On the employment, and maybe this is through to the presenter, through you, Mr. Chair, on the employment land. So we had a very nice employment land area in the secondary plan. And I wonder what accommodation has been made for the significant increase in residents that are going to now reside on this property. When we put the secondary plan together, we had roughly 1,850 units. I think if my numbers are correct, we're going to be over 3,300 units now. The move of the employment lands, as I understand it, is the similar number of office square foot or whatever it is to what was in the secondary plan. Why would we not have that expanded to accommodate the increase in residents so that our residents could potentially work and walk to work?
Thank you. You are correct. The employment areas from a square footage standpoint are slightly higher than we were before, more or less the same, while the residential unit count has gone up. So you're right, as a ratio of dwellings, the employment square footage is probably lower than it was before, even though the total is a little bit higher or more or less the same. I think in response to that, I would say, there are less people leaving their house to go to work than there were when the secondary plan was put together. Numerous studies have shown that, and I think it was happening, and then COVID just accelerated that transformation. So, to date, that question hasn't come up, and to date, the feeling was if we maintain the employment with the change in way people work, that maintaining the employment GFA and job count on a quantum would be a reasonable solution, even if the overall dwelling count went up. So that's where we stand, to be totally honest.
And I expected that response, and I think the jury's still out on whether people will go back to work in an office. I'm hearing corporations that are now asking their employees to come back. And yeah, they're maybe getting a day a week at home, but it's not going to be this COVID situation where everybody was working from home. So I really hope there's some flexibility in responding to maybe demand for employment lands as we move down this 10-year time frame to build out the project.
Mr. Pissarro, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Easton, councilors, my name's John Pissarro, staff. I just want to add something to Angela's comment here. So in addition to the employment land changes, in the podium units, if you notice the magenta color around, we've done that so that there's the opportunity for live, work, employment, where you live, that sort of thing. So the commercial component, that sort of thing will add, we're hoping adds jobs and gives the opportunity for people to live and work in the same environment. So that's why you see all that magenta color. So it gives us the flexibility to do that if the desire is there or the need is there in the future. So that's how we're accommodating that. Hope I'm answering your question, but.
Good, no, that's good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just to finish off with a comment, Mr. Chair. So, I certainly have concerns about the overall densities proposed, and as I mentioned, the changes that have been made to the employment lands, and I've communicated those in the meetings that I've been in. But for me, it really comes down to the proposed changes to the waterfront park. You know, and during our lengthy and very public secondary plan process back in 2017 and 18, we kind of all came away feeling very good about this complete community that we were creating. We also felt strongly that this would be a destination for new residents to live and work, for our current Lincoln residents to visit and enjoy, and then for our tourists to explore. And a significant part of that plan, in my opinion, was an uninterrupted waterfront for all to enjoy for decades to come. That obviously now has changed with the proposed 18 waterfront homes. I see roughly another 3,000 to 4,000 residents from our 2018 plan now utilizing a significantly reduced size of the park. I strongly support the current zoning, that not changing the waterfront. I'd like to see our town of Lincoln taking responsibility for the entire waterfront for the decades to come. There remains, I think, plenty of room for densities, for increase in densities, without taking away that park in the entire waterfront. So to me, it's a showstopper. You know, it's just the loss of that piece of this destination is so significant that I'm not going to be able to support this proposal tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timmers. Councillor McPherson, if you could just.
Yep.
Councillor Timmers, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Brunei. So, where do I start here? You know, this has been a lot of years in the making, over 6.5 years before us. And before that, 15 years of an eyesore. And, you know, the public have been more engaged in this project than ever. You know, it was a massive public engagement that happened in coming up with this plan. The beachfront, as Councillor McPherson was just speaking about, I personally didn't see such a huge change in that area. I'm not sure if you could just maybe give a little more detail on what exactly the change is that he's alluding to, because I've looked at the maps, I've tried to figure out the amount of beachfront, and if you could just add some kind of comments there. What are the changes?
I don't know if is it possible to bring the presentation back up, but during different iterations of the planning, the beachfront has had some dwellings, no dwellings, and different counts of dwellings. So I think it's probably the second slide. So I think that's the change that Mr. McPherson's talking about. I don't know how to point, but the yellow houses that are along Foreshore Park, those are single detached dwellings. And, you know, I've seen various plans through the years that had different counts of dwellings, and as well, at one point, as Mr. McPherson's mentioned, I think there were no dwellings and there was a complete park space all along. So I think that's the change that he's alluding to. Yeah.
But the trail will still be continuous?
Yeah, the Foreshore Park is continuous from border to border. The 2-row of trail is continuous, one along the water, as Craig showed in his renderings, and then the blue line, it's hard to see, but the blue line at the back of the lots is a multi-purpose trail that goes all the way along as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. So just around the public beach area, so at what, you know, I really appreciate the renderings and the staging. I think that's very helpful to see that. What stage do you think that the public would be able to have some access to that park and that beachfront?
So
I know it's a tough question to answer specifically, but just kind of an idea.
So we've shown it here in phase 3. Everything in pink would be phase 3. So, I don't know from a time perspective, it's hard to say, but we are featuring that as an important part of the development. We're not waiting until phase 6 and 7 when we start actually developing Main Street. We do feel that the public will want to see that, and when there's a bulk of houses moving in, people will want to be along the water and have that park. So, as you can see, third phase are the dwellings on the west border, and along with that, we've hatched in all of the park space, public park space, the completion of Street A, the Main Street, Foreshore Park, the public park, the parking that goes with it, and any improvements that are required for the Valley land. So we are featuring that as an early phase of development and open to further discussion.
No, I'm very happy to see that, and I know that was discussed prior, and I think it is a very big priority for the people in the community to be able to access that as soon as it's available and ready. Thank you for that. I just, Chair Brunei, I have a question through to Director Bruder. So you did talk a little bit about, there's a lot of holding provisions. If you could just elaborate a little bit more on how do those holding provisions stay in place when we're looking out 8, 10 years, maybe longer? How do those holding provisions follow this long-term development?
Mr. Bruder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a good question, and I think before I delve into it too much, maybe I can highlight some of the subsequent design phases that are going to be needed in order to bring this development as a whole into fruition. Should zoning be approved tonight, there's also, as I mentioned previously, the amendment to the draft plan of subdivision has to happen to reflect some of the zoning changes, some of the adjustments to some of the land uses as well. At that stage, that's typically where we would get into a little bit more of an analysis, still at a preliminary level, but fulsomely on some of the servicing items that are going to be needed, what we might need to protect for in the future when some of the high-rise areas trigger some upgrades. So that's some work that'll be undertaken sooner than later, and that's something that we have collaborated, again, as we've mentioned, with the region on. We've developed a holding provision that applies to the whole lands to make sure that we at least have a strategy, because what happens after the draft plan is we get into the detailed design phases of each block. As per the phasing strategy there, we start going into the nitty-gritty, the details of everything, ironing out site plan agreements, subdivision agreements, condo agreements, things like that. We get into that further design, and as we get into those, we can satisfy the holding provision as we go forward. There are also holding provisions that are more specific to the high-rise areas. Again, we implemented some for servicing as well, knowing that that's where there could be a capacity item that needs to be addressed. We've also got holding provisions as they pertain to blocks from, like I said, a design perspective, wind, shadow impacts. So as we go forward through the detailed design processes and these items get addressed, there's an opportunity, as long as it's to the town and any other agency involved satisfaction, we can look to lift those holding provisions as we deem appropriate. But until they're lifted, they continue to apply, and what that means is the zoning that is in place right now, the existing zoning before these upgrades, that's what remains in place until those holding provisions are lifted.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Bruder. One more question?
Go ahead.
Just also to you as well, Matt. We have a year to bring our official plan into line with the regions. Do you foresee anything in there that would somehow affect this development?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, as a matter of fact, I think it would probably be more in line with some of the principles of the updated concept, because the new regional official plan reflects all the latest changes to all of the provincial planning and other policy documents that I was referring to earlier. So if anything, there would probably be more alignment moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Brunei.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. Just looking at the commercial space that's currently proposed, I think only C5 is the largest, about 11,000 square meters, almost 12,000 square meters. Given the amount of people that are going to be living in this area, and again, take into account that number of people when they do get groceries, they're sometimes in transit to and from work, but the number of people that are going to be located in this area, if we are trying to make a one-stop shop or as close to that image as possible, where do you foresee a large grocery store to be on this property? I don't see an area other than C5 to have, again, a 20,000 square foot, which is a smaller grocery store. Where do you foresee that in this development as currently proposed?
As of now, we don't have space assigned for a large grocery store. There has been some talk in the past of that commercial block including it. But I would point out, the high-rise towers offer all kinds of flexibility for different types of development on the first floor. One of the clients I work for is Smart Centers. I'm seeing them redevelop all of their properties in urban centers, getting rid of the big box stores and converting them to towers with first floor commercial development. So like even Walmarts that traditionally have been 150,000 square feet, 200,000 square feet, being brought into the first floor of a high-rise tower, fitting into a 50,000 square foot space. That's because one of the biggest reasons for that is the change to e-commerce. Walmart does not need the square footage that they need before. So when you have this vision of a large grocery store, it's not the big monster that you thought it was before. They're getting smaller in general. So although we don't have room for it on the plan now, we don't have a drawing or a space holder for it, I do believe that the high-rise towers, as mentioned earlier, they offer opportunities to flex to employment. They also, in my opinion, offer a great opportunity to flex to first floor grocery, if that becomes a need.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Chair, then to Director Bruder. So would that planning take place during the site plan process?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it could. I mean, we like I was mentioning before, we have quite a few subsequent design processes that need to be gone through for each phase. If there's an opportunity or if there's interest in having, if it's whether it be a boutique grocery store or other food store supply offerings, that's something we could look at as a component of those design phases moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think I'm a little disappointed that hasn't already been considered. Again, I do appreciate the answer from the presenter that obviously they are moving to a different type of a model. But again, even a 20,000, 15,000 square foot commercial space for food, fresh fruit, some variation of grocery. I think if we are trying to establish this as a whole community, it has to be considered. Again, right now in all of Lincoln, we have 3 grocery stores: Foodland, Sobeys, and No Frills. We would need to make sure that we can service these residents or future residents as best as possible. And I think by leaving that out, it's going to create an issue in other areas down the road. So hopefully it can be considered sooner than later.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to Mayor Easton now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, where to start? A few of us have been here from the beginning, when the chambers would have been full with people who were interested in what was happening, and they stayed engaged for the whole process, often 100, 120 people attending. And we never ever had more than 15 issues on the table, which I think really said a lot about the process. So I'm looking at the draft principles, and I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, that I think that we're staying pretty true to those principles, as well as what they mean in terms of the modern context of complete communities. And I feel that there's been a great deal said about that tonight. We've had early conversations last week and this week in regard to the issues around green buildings and green solutions. I will start at the changes to the waterfront park, because I just want to make sure, Mr. Legato, that no one who is potentially going to live in those houses, first of all, I want to make sure that they're going to be facing the lake, and then we're not going to be seeing the back of those houses. Would you say that was a reasonable assumption?
Thank you, Mayor Easton. As of now, the houses are planned to back onto the lake in front, onto the road to the front. We've planned screening. We would expect to have appropriate screening at the back of the yards, but that is the plan as of now.
Okay, and would the screening that you're talking about actually be fencing?
It could be landscaping, could be a combination of both.
Okay, well then just let me remind, because you weren't with us in 2017, that some of the commentary around the waterfront was that, number one, that no one would have riparian rights. I want to make sure that there is no chance of that happening. Secondly, that if there were houses to be there, and there was never any discussion of that they would face the lake and not turn their backs on what was happening there. And we never talked about fencing, but now that I see the designs and how, you know, there's a beautiful potential here, I certainly don't want to see wooden fences. That would be a disaster from an amenity and design perspective. So then we get back to, well, maybe we should leave the waterfront alone, and I know there are a lot of reasons not to do that, so I can only advise you where I think some of the pinch points will be. I'm so pleased to hear the emphasis on servicing, and I'm going to give our staff full credit for that, because I know that they have been talking about this with everybody, and have moved mountains in some cases, because this is the defining, in my opinion, it is the defining limitation on what can happen on this property. And I think the whole servicing issue is being taken very, very seriously, and it's very appropriate. I'm very pleased to see what's happening. We've had some experience in regard to the architectural quality, the building material quality. We've seen how houses are put together in some of the builders' communities, and I'm going to speak for myself, but I believe that I only heard very, very positive comments in this regard. So it's good to be able to put a few things over here and say that they're looking good. We think we're going in the right direction, and that's how I feel about all those issues. Your commentary on the consideration of changing economic models is of interest to me. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Russell's comment, because the CAO and I, and the planner most recently, have been talking with Sobeys in Vineland. We've had at least 2 meetings with them. The reason for those meetings was because when the concept first came forward to us regarding Prudhome's, that very, very rectangular attitude of all of these properties that go down Victoria Avenue, across Prudhome's, come up through Jordan Village, and then into Vineland, in terms of active transportation, was a big deal. In terms of there being certain stores in Vineland, Vineland's going to go through a major redesign unto itself. And so the idea is that these things are to come together. So we can't tear everything out of Vineland and put it at Prudhome's, even though there is a large population, and then expect both economies to survive, because it's just not going to happen. But it does need to be worked out. So I would suggest that we need some work there too. And Mr. Chairman, you and I both know that if we don't get some reassurance around primary care physicians and the whole model of healthcare that needs to be available there, we're really going to miss something pretty important. So I want to put that on the list. I haven't heard anything about that. I know this is early days. I know we're talking about zoning, but you know, we're not going to have, council's not going to have an unlimited amount of opportunity, you know, at a certain point when some of these detailed decisions are being made. So let me say that I've been harping about this, and I've been harping about the grocery store for about 3 years now. So now I've said it publicly, because I don't want anybody to think that we're not paying attention to details. And we do need to have some boutique shops, but we also need to have those anchor stores that are very meaningful to communities like ours. Overall, I'm happy with what has been, I am satisfied with what has been preserved here. And I think that a very good job has been done. And in terms of an entrance to the rest of Niagara, over time, this will settle in, and I believe it is going to be very, very special. We don't want to forget about features like the Bosco Verticale, because they are, we don't care what they're called. We just want to make sure that there are spectacular features that separate this out from any old subdivision with a whole lot of houses. So those are my comments and my questions, Mr. Chairman, and I'm looking forward to seeing this move forward in a very, I think the modeling is out there, I think the theoretical models are there, I think the changes in planning, both at the regional level, across the region, in every municipality, from what I'm seeing now, that this is going to be a very desirable community to live in. And it will be a great addition to our community in its place. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Patriva.
Thank you, Chair Bernay. Just wanted to remind Councillor Russell that there is the Foodland and Vineland. So we do have 4 grocery stores that are available to our residents, and the Smart Center at 4th Avenue is another alternative that's 10 minutes away. We've been out of the grocery business for 20 years now, but once a grocer, always a grocer. And we used to attend the FMI food show in Chicago every year, sitting around round tables with Ray Wolf, Galen Weston Sr., Stu Leonard, and they postulated 20 years ago that the 40 to 100,000 square foot grocery stores are going the way of the dinosaur. As the population ages, they want a 10 to 20,000 square footer that they can get in and they can get out. And I think there's the capability to do that on this site. Those that think that people go to one place and do their shopping, they're naive, because having carried groceries out to someone's trunk and seeing the number of bags as they drive around town, there is price matching now, so there's there's the opportunity to do that. But I think if you do something boutique in the way of a Pusatari's, something like that, that will gain that clientele. Couple questions, though, based around architecture. So we had the opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Pissarro, for taking us to Village on the 12th. And your townhouses are going to be of that model where they're connected, but they have the appearance of not being connected, correct?
That's our goal.
Okay. Same question, because I didn't see a rendering with respect to the I'm gonna put my glasses back on to see. Oh, no, I've lost one. The stacked units. So the 3-story one, same concept there?
Well, it's at the early stages, but we're doing our best to accommodate some sort of development that'll give the individuality of everyone having their own type of unit. So,
Okay,
yeah.
terrific. And then just a question too to the architect, if I may. The Main Street Boulevard, I do a lot of traveling around Ontario on my job, reminiscent of Dundas Street, Oakville, around the new Trafalgar Hospital.
Yes.
Niagawa, is that?
Yeah.
Because they're aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah.
Retail on the bottom, that mix on the middle, optometrists, dental offices, you name it, and then live work up top. So is that?
That's
Because
the
I like to be, I'm a see, I'm a touch, I'm a feel, so I like to conceptualize what I'm going to see. You did a great job, John, when you took us out on that. So I just wanted to put that in my mind, if that's where you're going.
That's what we're looking for. There's other examples in Belleville. I can't remember off the top of my head what the street is there. as well as London has a street, I think it's also Dundas in London, that has a like sort of a Woonerf type concept with activated, sort of retail, commercial at the ground floor, and then three-story street wall, sort of keep it pedestrian scaled, step back, and articulated sort of upper floors that back away from the public realm.
Okay, appreciate it. And just a question to staff, and I know again it's preliminary. Again, I really enjoyed the pictures and the conceptual look at it and the bike path along the lake. Having participated in the Great Waterfront Trail Ride from Queenston to Stony Creek, a lot of the areas through St. Catharines and Niagara-on-the-Lake were along the lake shore. We get to the town of Lincoln, and it's on the service road. So have we had preliminary chats with that group to use this linkage to reestablish that, to get it back to where it should be? I know we're a ways from getting there, but I'd like to see that happen sooner than later, if that's possible.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's a good comment, Councillor. We'll definitely, you are right, it's a little bit early, but it is something we'll definitely carry forward. I agree, I live in St. Catharines in the north end, and I know there's a lot of trail connectivity through there, so your point.
And that's something that's not going to happen overnight, so I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just from the magnitude of this decision tonight, I think it's appropriate that we have a recorded vote for this particular one, not necessarily for the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to ask one question of staff. Councillor McPherson, raised a very, pertinent question about park space. We've done a parks master plan. We're looking at making sure that we can have the appropriate green space, the appropriate park space for our communities across Lincoln over the next, through 2051 as we look at our target. So I'm just wondering if maybe Melissa or Mr. Bruder can just give us a quick calculation. I was trying to add it up here, but when we look at parkettes, when we look at valley lands, when we look at the actual dedicated park space where we're going to have the band shells and everything, the foreshore space. We've talked as a council for the last 5 years, when you look at Spencer Smith Park in Burlington, and you look at that area that is between the beach, Lake Ontario front, and the area of the parking lot, and how people are out there, and there's activities going on, and that's a huge space that, Councillor Mikulik and I have had an opportunity to walk that entire land with some staff earlier this year. When you walk 87 acres and then you look at that area down at the lake in terms of park space, it looks massive, but I'm just wondering if you can give us a quick calculation on what that total green space, parkettes, open space, foreshore adds up to in hectares.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good question for sure. So when you look at all of the foreshore park, the active park space, you look at the valley lands, the trails, everything, we're looking at about 6 hectares or 15 acres. But then also there are parkettes that will be proposed. Right now we're showing that at about an additional 1.1 hectares, I believe, bringing the total to over 7 hectares in total. It's all in all, land going to the town with all of those areas, about 19% of the lands I think we calculated. Your reference to Spencer Smith Park is a good one. A couple of weeks ago I was there, they had an event, they had bands in there, a lot of food trucks. So it prompted me to take a look at it in terms of just rough dimensions. I looked at the length, we're longer here in terms of the linear foreshore park than there is at Spencer Smith. The width variations, it's pretty close. In one area of the foreshore park we are a little bit narrower, but in the where the amenity space would be, we're wider. So, it is a good comparable, and I found myself as I was attending that event looking around and seeing how much space there was, and it was absolutely astounding to see how many events and things could be coordinated in that space. And it's in close proximity to other commercial and residential uses that are right across the street in the area, condos adjacent to the park. So definitely a good comparator, but I hope that answers your question on a rough calculation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bruder. So seeing no further questions, Councillor Rinjema will refrain from voting on this following motion. There being no further presentations or delegations for this item, I have a motion moved by Councillor Michalak that council receive and file as information the staff presentation and delegation from Craig Fordyce, KFA Architects, and Angelo Legati, Stantec, regarding item 8.3.1, the new comprehensive zoning bylaw and zoning updates for the Prudhome's Development PD-36-22. And I will ask our deputy clerk to open and close the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote is now open. Thank you. I'm going to close the vote, and that carries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Devan. So we are now at item 8.3, reports on the agenda, and we will move directly into report PD-36-22 regarding the new comprehensive zoning bylaw and the zoning updates for the Prudhome's Development. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Michalak, you would have disappointed me if you weren't number one.
Thank you very much. Through you to Mr. Bruder. It's with respect to parking. Parking's always a challenge in just about any community. So, curious about 4.1.3 parking space and parking areas. Each parking space shall be readily accessible at all times and arranged in such a manner to provide access and maneuverability except singles and semis and et cetera. Is that like, what about with stacked parking? Like, my concern is stacked parking. What's, if a car is parked in front of another, that counts as parking, is that, I believe. Is that considered readily and accessible for that first car that's closest to the garage to be able to get around the other car? Is that, how does that look within that definition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm actually going to defer this question to Mr. Bender, provided he's still with us.
Mr. Bender, please go ahead.
Through your chair to Councillor Michalak, I thought you forgot about me, but I'm happy to respond. Councillor Michalak, can you just confirm the section? You said it was 422 or 412?
I think it was 4.1.3, parking space and parking areas.
So accessibility relates to, generally speaking, the maneuvering of vehicles. However, when you're on private properties such as that, which would accommodate a single detached dwelling, a car in front of another one doesn't necessarily apply. It's more just for the maneuvering of vehicles outside of that private property. So if you're looking at, you mentioned a stacked situation. When you say stacked, you mean like a stacked townhouse, or stacked as in like a parking structure?
No, well, I mean like tandem, let's say tandem.
Oh, tandem, okay.
In front of another,
yeah.
As opposed to side by side.
Yeah, so the reason why it does not apply in the case of those is because private properties, are like a single detached dwelling or the same, can actually park however they wish on their driveway. It's more of just for the maneuvering of other vehicles on and off a particular property. So if it's a commercial property or maneuverability through aisleways, stuff like that, that's where that would come into play.
Okay, so with that in mind, how does this work with accessory dwellings and their requirement to have an extra parking space? So if we have a townhouse with the garage counting as a parking spot and possibly 2 cars in the driveway, how does that work out with the accessory dwelling, have a dedicated parking space where the person wouldn't choose to park on the street instead?
Yeah, so through your chair to Councillor Miklick, in the circumstance where they're not permitted to park on the street, they would have to have arrangements with the property owner to determine how parking is arranged. I don't mean to speak for staff, but I would assume accessory residential units, secondary dwelling units, however you want to characterize them, in theory could be subject to site plan control. So that could be arranged and demonstrated through that exercise as to how parking is to be accommodated on the property. And that would be tied to that particular unit.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Another question I have through you, Chair, is with regards to that, the new proposed parking is 50% of the lot frontage. Is this typical, is this standard? I think it was 60-40 before. Does it make sense to possibly reduce that further to allow 2 cars to park in front of a house perpendicularly rather than parallelly? I don't know if that's such a word, but
I know where you're going with it.
you know, and I get it that, you know, we're trying to reduce the amount of paved frontages. But with the new permeable type pavements where you can actually have grass growing through the pavement and reducing the amount of pavement, and, you know, various neighborhoods where we have setbacks of 0, with no driveway, is this something that we can consider down the road as well?
So generally speaking, the intent was to prevent, I'm being a bit dramatic, but basically a front yard full of cars. And that was the reason why we were proposing the amounts that you just mentioned. Now, any individual through a planning application process can submit an application to amend the zoning bylaw, depending on the circumstances that they see that they would like to accommodate in their application. If there's a circumstance where there needs to be a unique solution proposed, that can be evaluated by staff to determine if that makes sense based on that application. So if for whatever reason the metrics for driveway width in the current zoning bylaw do not make sense for that particular circumstance, then that can be revised. But it does have to be evaluated.
Okay, and I appreciate that because, I mean, we're living today. Tomorrow could be different where with planning and with design and with what, you know, what could be created. So that I just want to make sure that we have that available to us. And then if I may, one more question, Chair, with regards to the one parking space for an apartment plus 0.1, where other municipalities have 1 plus or 1 through 1.8. We used to have 1.25. Being a rural, I mean, not rural, but being a community where we're pretty predominantly vehicular in transportation, is 1.1 enough, especially if it's a 2-bedroom apartment type thing where in order for people to afford the rent or to afford to pay a mortgage, they need a dual income with 2 vehicles. Is that 1.1 going to be enough?
So these are always identified as minimums. And again, if there's an application hypothetically put forward that has a whole host of 2-bedroom units, I think, you know, the staff would be within their full right to determine an adequate solution for that proposal. And then the proponent would have to provide a solution that makes sense for what they're proposing as well. So, you know, in the case where all the minimum parking space requirements were met, you know, staff have the ability to review that to see if that makes sense. If 1 space per unit does it, you know, is that something that would be palatable for the municipality and for that particular property? But again, based on the work that we did, one parking space is quite commonplace for various municipalities, even smaller than, say, the town of Lincoln.
I appreciate that answer. I just feel that there's municipalities that have 1.8, and I'm not sure if they're dropping that down or what they would drop that down to, considering I feel, living here for many years, that we're predominantly, there's not too many places I can walk to. I can't walk to a grocery store. I can't I can't walk to my bank. I need 2 cars for my wife and myself. So 1.1, I worry about that being enough. And if we have that in our bylaw as it is, I don't think we have much recourse if a development was to go to LPAT where we have it in our bylaw. Is that true?
Councillor Michalak, hold that thought. We are at the witching hour.
Perfect.
And we need to have our clerk speak to us accordingly.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask that council waive the rules to proceed beyond the hour until the agenda is completed. If I could have a mover for that motion, please. Councillor McPherson, thank you. And just a show of hands is okay for thank you. Councillor Russell, thank you. And that carries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Devan. Councillor Michalak, were you finished there
Yeah,
looking for
yeah.
a response?
Yeah, I'm looking for a
Yep.
response to make sure that proposals that come forward are not, that we are actually able to, as planning staff, as our staff, can say no without having LPAT say yes.
Mr. Bruder?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think, you know, one of the things that went into this is we looked at, obviously, we talked about it earlier, some parking ownership rates specific to the town, and really it's specific to the built form. We looked at townhouses, for example, and they actually, based on the ownership rates for those, they dictated a lower parking number than what we're putting in there. We're actually exceeding what was in there, and the reason was because, to your point, it's probably more conducive to have more potential residents and families in those households. I can tell you, from a general trends perspective, when you look at some of the high-rise apartments being proposed, there are some 2-bedroom units, but there's also quite a number and a larger number of 1-bedroom studio-type units as well, because that's really the missing gap that we have in terms of offerings for housing type at the moment. 70% of our housing's single detached. We don't have much in the way of apartments, but I can tell you what's coming through is a lot of those types of units. So when looking at that, coupled with the data that we had at our disposal, this number seemed appropriate. Now, you know, if you're asking me if, you know, an apartment style use comes through and it's all 2-bedroom units, you know, are we gonna run into problems at the OLT if we request more parking? I think we'd have a sound, to be honest with you, I've never experienced that scenario, but I think we'd have sound rationale for proceeding. I can't perceive how the OLT would react to that. We do have a zoning provision in place, but again, that's a minimum. And I think there is an opportunity, or at least some latitude for us to speak with a prospective developer and work towards a solution.
Thank you very much for that answer. I just, you know, I do understand that there's been studies, there's been comparatives, there's been consultation. You're all the experts. I'm just the one living in the town driving my car, and so is my wife. So I don't want to say no to a general plan, you know, or zoning bylaw because of a parking issue, but I want that to be made aware that should we have to make changes in the future, that they're quick and the amendments are made quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patriva.
Thank you, Chair Brunet. And a couple questions to Mr. Bender. Thanks for staying on. On page number 8, and this had come up in the consultation, and you had alluded to it, we removed back-to-back towns from RM1, right, and put it in RM2, and we also removed the term masonettes. But on page 28, where we talk about dwelling back-to-back units, second last line, Jason, blah, 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 also known as masonettes. So it's still there. So should that, in brackets, in parentheses, but should that come out? And then my other thing is all of the other units have a drawing to show what they look like, except for the back-to-back towns. So I'm wondering, is that an omission by mistake, or was that on purpose?
So through your chair to Councillor Petriva, the first question relates to the term masonette still being included in the bylaw. We'll make sure that is not the case. We were meaning to, at the very least, add brackets back to back, just to allow for that, which we do have in many cases. So we can certainly look at that. But the intent is to, in terms of a diagram, We did not include one because we didn't think that necessarily the effort was needed. It's essentially just like a townhouse with back-to-back, but if we're directed to do so, we can try our best to add that in if that's the desire of council.
I think based on consistency, like you've got a picture of everything else. I mean, just to be consistent, I would add it. And then on page 110, so we removed the back-to-backs from the RM1, but they're still listed in this chart. So does that need to be updated as well? So zone regulations, table 6.3.B.
Oh, I see. That should be cleaned up.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Bender or to Mr. Bruder. Going back to Councillor Mikulic's points about parking, just wondering, when we took a look at the 14 municipalities that are listed on page 70 of 325, did we do any, or did those municipalities do any validation of the residents' thoughts on whether or not that parking was adequate? Or are we just looking at what minimum numbers that they are providing?
Through your chair to Councillor Russell, I didn't do the work myself, but my understanding is that we would have just looked at the numbers. The validation I can't speak to in terms of what the municipalities did.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Chair, follow-up. And the reason I say that, again, if we were to look into some of our newer developments in town, thinking Lincoln Square, Vista Ridge, Cherry Heights, on paper, I would imagine that the parking is adequate based on the minimums and what people deem as being a requirement. But if you were to ask those residents, one of the first concerns that we hear are not enough parking, not enough visitor parking, not enough parking for the people that live there. Garages are full because of a relative that lives there. Backyards not being completed, all sorts of things that it doesn't seem to be adequate. And yet we are still going to be maintaining this idea that these minimum standards are going to be adequate. And to Councillor Mikulic's point, again, if it goes to OLT and the developer down the road sticks to the minimum or just barely above, I can't see that being overturned. And in the end, it's going to be a disservice to our residents, and it's just going to compound itself year over year, development after development, where all of a sudden our streets are going to be filled with illegal parking and people are going to be fed up, and we're going to hear about it consistently. I think we need to be at the forefront of trying to make a difference and create more parking that actually is suitable to the residents' well-being and their lifestyle, as opposed to what looks good on a graph or what other municipalities are doing for their minimums, but not necessarily being validated by the residents that live there.
Mr. Bruder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just a comment in response to that. Good point, Councillor, for sure. But I think some of the things we've heard about when we talk about Cherry Heights and some of the other developments, you talked about Lincoln Square. We're not even really, like, we're talking about townhouses and singles and those. We're not talking about the built form of apartments. We haven't seen, to be honest with you, that many new builds. We're about to see some moving forward. But, I think really some of the parking feedback we've gotten for those townhouse developments, those areas, that's a completely different built form. And you'll see in this zoning update for townhouses now, we've added a visitor component as well. So I think we're trying to work to address some of those issues that we did hear about to date that you're referencing. But pertaining to apartments, again, going off of the information we've had at our disposal to date, it's often a fine line when you look at parking as a planner. I understand, the town of Lincoln not having a complete public transit system at this time, that people do rely on their cars to an extent, but at the same time, when you look at, again, guidance that I follow from a policy perspective, we also want to make sure we're making the highest and best use of available lands too. So there is that, we're trying to find that fine line. When we talk about the apartment specifically, I mean, yes, there's a little bit of a reduction, but again, we thought it was still in line with the information provided to us, and those are the comments I'd offer on that.
Thank you, Mr. Britter. Again, I know, you and your staff definitely do a great job is to decipher information and try to shine up the crystal ball as best you can to figure out what the lifestyles are going to be of residents 4 years, 5 years down the road when these developments are complete. But I would just like to see somewhere a provision that if we are wrong and the numbers are even 10%, 15% under what the requirement is for parking, what's the backup plan? And maybe that's a development by development situation that we need to evaluate. It's just, again, I just want to call it out that it's a concern that even as our development's been approved over the last little while, it's definitely always been at the forefront of the conversation of what happens if it isn't adequate and where do they go? And it's because a lot of these areas, they are a little bit landlocked as far as other available parking. It's going to be a very, very tight squeeze if the numbers are off. But thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on this topic, you know, I'm in line with the councillors in their concern about moving that significantly from 1.25 to 1. I think that's a pretty big jump. And I would suggest that, God love our developers, but I think our developers would work to the number. You know, generally, they're going to work to the number. And they're not going to be, you know, generous about, you know, well, we know that the number's 1, we're gonna provide you with 1.25. Not very often. So I wonder if we're premature in moving this number. You know, we have developments that are coming online now with Bench and with Utopia, and, you know, to look at them and see what kind of car activity we get with them, and then maybe move the number a year from now, or, you know, 18 months from now. You know, I really think that we are still a car-driven community. We have not got the transit that some of those other municipalities that are in the report have. So, yes, we have our little van running around for the region, but, you know, people need to jump in their cars. And those bachelor apartments, they're gonna have a car. You know, there's not gonna be that many apartments that are without a car in this town. So I wonder if we shouldn't reconsider that particular number. And in the add of the 0.1 for visitor parking, we may get the residents parking in the visitor parking, you know, that is added. So I think it is early in our whole development to, so to speak, to make that move and open it up so that we may be exposed to inadequate parking for these larger developments that are coming. So you know, if we need a amendment, I would propose an amendment to move that back to 1.25. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bruder?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Good comments. You know, if that's council's pleasure, that's something we can certainly take into account. We can look at that and keep the number where it is. One thing, though, just food for thought, when you look at our current mixed-use provisions as they are right now, for the residential, it's 1 space per unit, plus the provisions for commercial land uses in those mixed-use developments. So, you know, I think these parking provisions that we're bringing forward here aren't necessarily out of whack with some of that. But again, I'm not here to disagree with your comments about if you think it's a little bit early to put this forward. It's something that we can, you know, possibly revert back to and then monitor.
Okay, I'll put that forward.
You want to craft a motion to direct staff to move it, keep it at 1.25?
Simply move the apartment minimum parking to back to 1.25 from 1. Just an amendment. From back to 1.25 from 1. And to be reviewed 12 months from now. you know, or whatever time period you want to look at it, once we have history on what we're seeing.
We have that captured?
Counselor, I believe that the apartment and minimum parking be amended from 1.0 to 1.25 is what you were requesting?
Do we need a time period to review it? Or are we good with that?
Staff have indicated no, they don't
Okay.
require one.
All right, it's good.
And Chair, if you're okay, I'd like to open that vote unless there are any
Absolutely.
questions.
Please go ahead.
And the vote is now open for you, Council. I'm going to close the vote. And that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions. I just have a couple of quick ones for Mr. Bender. Mr. Bender, in your presentation earlier, you talked about agri-tourism, you talked about agricultural use, and flexibility on farm property. So keeping those comments in mind, when I look at some of the comments regarding short-term accommodations and bed and breakfast, I just want to ensure through staff that we are looking at that through the appropriate lens. In other words, you know, we have someone who's operating, you know, call it whatever you want, an Airbnb, call it a bed and breakfast. It's on an agricultural land, and you know that they're going to be, you know, they're going to be appropriately dealt with. You know, I think there was some concern by some people in the community that, you know, if they weren't, you know, obviously they're living on the property, they're farming the property, but the actual Airbnb or the bed and breakfast is in a separate facility. So it's not in the house, you know. Obviously, our concern is the Airbnbs where, you know, the landowner is not there, and things are happening, and there's nobody to be accountable when bylaw gets in. But just in terms of Mr. Bender's comments about agri-tourism and agricultural use and flexibility, I just want to make sure that all that is captured in what we've done there in the Airbnb and short term.
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Chair, it has been. We know these are issues we've had to address. We've added definitions to short-term accommodations, to bed and breakfast, which we already had, but also to an inn, which is a 10-room establishment as well. Those types of uses are typically, yeah, they're covered under the on-farm diversified use category, in which there are limitations based on those guidelines that are brought forward by the province, but also that we're going to be looking at these types of uses through their definitions as part of a future licensing, business licensing framework as well. So that will address the situations in the agricultural areas that you're referring to.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder. I just had one other comment with regards to the Prudence development. I don't know if Mr. Pissarro or Mr. Fraccioni or any of their representatives are prepared to speak to it. I don't want to get, you know, too far ahead of the process, but, you know, we scratched the surface tonight about, with Mr. Legato, we scratched the surface about, you know, LEED certification. We talked about water treatment. We talked about Silva cells, and those are all great things. You know, recently we've had applications that have come before this council that we're moving forward where, you know, we're really looking at, you know, things like solar panels and geothermal, electric charging stations and everything that goes with that with regards to, you know, green energy and sustainability and climate change. So I'm just wondering if anyone could speak to that in terms of how that's falling into the big picture as we move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I talked about this briefly. We've started talking about these ideas. We don't want to build a development that's not going to be that's going to be redundant, that's not going to be ready or prepared for what happens down the road. We've talked about EV chargers. The developers are willing to talk about incorporating that into downtown core and where required within the private block developments. You know, my company has a smart technology expert. I'd like to introduce that to the developer, and I've started to introduce those concepts, you know, that would talk about, you know, digital solutions around about lighting that are on timers or based on movement, that are motion detectors. So there's all kinds of things like this we've talked about. We haven't talked about geothermal yet. I've been assured by the client that they're open to all these concepts. They want to build a smart and forward-thinking development that's equipped for the future. And although we're not there yet, it's too early during the rezoning phase. These are concepts that we do want to bring forward as we get into detailed design. We're moving to detailed design as quickly as we can now after tonight, you know, after some meetings with town staff and region staff. So we're open to all these concepts, and we welcome feedback.
And I appreciate that, and I was expecting that comment, but it's good, refreshing to hear that, you know, your client is willing and open, and, you know, we can have those discussions at the appropriate time.
I should also add, Silvergate Homes has a history of green building technology in their houses. You know, I'm not an expert in that sort of single dwelling construction, but they have a long history, and they promote those kinds of technologies. So I'm hearing a great willingness from my clients on this project.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair Bernath. Just one more thing. In that presentation, there was, the apartment had 1 plus 0.1. So is that 0.1 to stay after passing that amendment that's actually, that would be 1 extra parking spot per 10 units. Is that too much now? You know, I'm just asking that question. It's more than what we had before. Is that too much?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you probably know what my opinion is, but I think I think the interpretation staff had was that you guys still wanted it in there. But you know, that was my take. My opinion is it's over and above what we need to put in there, but you can take that for what it is.
All right. Now, and just one more. Parking, again, it's a big subject. So with, in that presentation, there was the shared parking in mixed-use developments. Is that factored into the equation for the residential parking as well, when you use the word shared?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, the residential parking requirement is what the residential apartment requirement is in mixed-use developments. It really applies to the other commercial and associated uses that are mixed in with the residential. That's where the shared parking fits in.
Okay, I'm glad I got that. I wasn't sure if those commercial spots would be used by residents in the off hours or if that was calculated. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Rinjema has requested earlier that the motion be separated as she has declared a conflict earlier this evening. There being no further questions, I now have a motion moved by Councillor Rinjema that Council receive report PD-36-22 regarding the new comprehensive zoning bylaw and zoning updates for the Prudence development area, and that Council approve the Town of Lincoln's new comprehensive zoning bylaw, and that Council approve that pursuant to Section 34, 10.0.02 of the Planning Act, applications for minor variance and zoning bylaw amendment are permitted during the 2-year period after the comprehensive zoning bylaw is approved. And now I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote has now been opened. Thank you. I am now going to close that vote. And that carried as amended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now move to motion on the remaining recommendation as moved by Councillor McPherson. the council approve the zoning updates associated with the Prudhome's development area located at 3245, 3293, 3305, 3319, 3325, 3335, and 3339 North Service Road that are included within the overall proposed town zoning bylaw, and that council declare that they have considered all of the written and oral submissions and agree with the planning report analysis and recommendations, and finds that the new comprehensive zoning bylaw, including the zoning updates to the Prudhome's development area, meet the Planning Act criteria, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, complies with the growth plan, the Niagara Regional Official Plan, and the Town Official Plan. And I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. And as a reminder, this is a recorded vote as requested by Councillor McPherson. And I've now opened that vote to you. Thank you. I'm going to close that vote. And that motion carries, and in favor we have Mayor Easton, Councillor Bernay, Councillor Miklick, Councillor Pachariva, Councillor Russell, and Councillor Timmers. And opposed, we have Councillor McPherson. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. We are now at the confidential items. We have no confidential items this evening. Committee remarks. Do we have any committee remarks? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just to let everybody know that we did have our opening of alleyway 2.0, which was a very moving event. It is, of course, Indigenous in its focus, and we did have a very moving launch with the Indigenous community joining us, Indigenous music, and you know, it was a great event under the sails at the Fleming Center. It was lovely. So it's open, and I would suggest anybody to go down to the Fleming Center in the alley and spend some time with the artwork that's hanging up there on the frost fences now, and there's some really talented artists that have contributed to this new alleyway. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chair Bernay. Just wanted to remind everyone that Friday is Canada Day, and as always, the event at Charles Daly Park to come out, but just if staff is on there, it is still on the call. I was looking at the news tonight, and the weather isn't looking too promising. Is it a rain or shine event, or what would Plan B be, just in case Mother Nature doesn't cooperate?
Through you, Chair, it is a rain or shine event.
Okay, so bring your rain slicker and bring your umbrella. Okay, just my second one, Chair Bernay. Last night, we held the inaugural meeting of the Niagara Regional Transit Commission. Mayor Walter Senzik from St. Catharines was voted in as chair, and Regional Councillor Wayne Furtick from Grimsby was vice chair. So we approved terms of reference and have given some direction going forward. So our next meeting is July 19th, and we'll be looking at the position of general manager. We need the general manager in place to start getting things moving, and the runway is very short as the region takes this over January 1st, 2023. So we need to have all the ducks in a row. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There being no further business, I call this meeting adjourned at 10:29 p.m. Thank you, everyone.